Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live. Today we're going to be talking about when was your spiritual rebirth or awakening. And it's going to be kind of a birthday party thing because my birthday is in 2 days. So I'm doing a birthday live, and it's going to coincide with the birthday of your spiritual awakening or rebirth. Kind of a little bit of both. Waiting for people to show up in here now. And then when more people start showing up, we're going to have discussions. And it all depends on who shows up and where the discussion leads. Just waiting on people coming in to get this ball started again. I know some people have some real lives to attend to, so it's understandable. No fault of their own. But it'd be great to have all the people come in and join. Just waiting for everybody to get up going. If you want to hit the likes and shares for me, that'd be great. It'd be greatly appreciated. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for coming. If you can like and share, that'd be great. You can either donate to me here, but if you don't want the donations to go to TikTok, you can also drop whatever in my Cash App. Then that's purely on you, but we're here for spiritual things and spiritual likeness. And today's topic's going to be about birthdays, because my birthday is in a couple of days, but we're going to celebrate it today, because, I really don't have no one to spend it with, so I'm going to spend it here on my live with you nice folk and the spiritual beings and the family that's on here. So if you want to come up and talk about your spiritual rebirth or your spiritual awakening, and share your story, please come up into the box and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about our spiritual rebirths and spiritual awakenings. And like I said, it's going to be like a birthday, because my birthday is in a couple days, and I'm going to celebrate it here with you guys that are my family. So if you want to like and share, or you could drop a donation on TikTok or on my Cash App if you like. It would be very well welcomed. I'm not going to turn anything down. But I'm basically here for you guys and to spend my birthday party pretty much with you guys and talk about the spiritual things. So if anybody want to come up into the box, just let me know. What we need to do is when people start coming up in the box, we're going to have to use Each person's going to go accordingly from top to bottom and give each other time to speak, because we don't like to talk over anybody here. It's a safe space for anyone that wants to come up and share their stories or share their testimonies on their rebirth or being awakened. We also talk about the paranormal and extraterrestrial, whatever is different from normal society, really. So if you want to come up, don't be shy. Hit the guest request, and then we'll start speaking. But liking and sharing is a good thing because it helps my algorithm go up, and we can have more people come up and send that message out to the universe and show them that we are different, we are unique, and we can share this love and this space with everybody, not just the group that we're hanging out with now. We want to share it out to the entire world, the entire planet. And it depends on how we grow, so we can access more things. Because I plan on, upgrading certain things with, that's why I do my donations. I don't do them to, help me per se for, like buying a soda or something like that. I use my donations, most of them. I use my donations for the videos I make. I make them in the items I buy to make my videos better, like, this dragon and this light right here and stuff like that. It goes to that to make it more scenic and more better for you guys to enjoy. That is why I do my donations. Like I said, you can do it here at TikTok or my Cash App. But our main focus today, it's going to be about our spiritual rebirth and what made you become born into the spiritual world that you're in right now. We can share UFO pictures and stuff like that. Whatever you want to talk about, we're going to come up in the box. You can just hit the invite. And I think I've rambled on and I've said the thing about 10 times, 5 different ways. So I'll give it a break and let some more people come in. If anybody has any questions while we're waiting and people want to come up, feel free to ask. I sit here and I am watching. And I would play music, but once I play music on here, it affects my YouTube, so I kind of can't do music on my TikToks for some obscure, stupid reason. And if I do, it ends up muting half my live, so that's why, if anybody ever wonders why I don't do music, that's why. But, if anybody wants to come up, feel free to hit the guest request. This is not a forced thing. This is, just something, a safe space for just you and everybody else in here. And I have mods in here, and if they get out of hand, they'll be, escorted right out until they can behave themselves and be a grown adult. And yes, we do get some trolls, but I'm sure my mods will handle them accordingly. But I would like to have people come up and share their stories, to share what they want to about the spirituality, paranormal, and stuff like that. And I don't like to talk about myself because, it's not just about me, it's about all of us. So if anybody wants me to discuss anything, and I got any questions or want to hear a story or whatever, or just feel free to write it down here in the comments, and I'll wait until people come up in the box. If you want to go up in the box and ask me, that's cool. We can do that too. Whatever you like to do. But I do ask we not talk about politics, because politics is not something that is not my thing. And I'm not interested in that portrait of a discussion right now because it's very controversial and I don't discuss that. But if anybody has anything they want to talk about, other than that, feel free, ask me questions or come up in the box. Oh. And if nobody wants to come up, it'll be pretty boring, talking to myself. Like, I know some of the people that are supposed to come on live today ended up doing other things. And they have things they need to do, so that's cool. We all have our real life things, but if anybody wants to come up, feel free. You want to donate to me, there's this thing here. Or you can do my Cash App. If you want to come up and speak, just hit the guest request. If you'd like and share, helps the algorithm come up. Thank you. Sending love and light to you. And I know your birthday is coming soon, so happy birthday to you too. So if anybody, wants to come up, just please hit the guest request, because I don't feel like talking to myself here. Or if you have any questions, I can answer them. Thank you. Thank you for coming and saying that. Not many people, to celebrate my birthday with. I don't have my family, so they don't really talk to me. And I don't talk to them because they're evil. But, and my little journey today, I went down and got my stitches removed. If anyone cares for that to know that. But it was still open up pretty wide. So I butterfly taped it. They said just let it sit there and hang out. I was like, nah, I can't let it hang out. I want to push it close together and maybe it'll get smaller and close up. But it is closing up. I just butterfly stitched it to push the skin together more. It's healing very well. Hello, welcome Sonia to the live. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them. Anybody wants anything to talk about or come up in the box, let me know. Anybody wants to donate, you can do donate TikTok or Cash App. Anybody that wants to talk, because it's not just about me, it's about all of you too. So if you want to come up in the box and talk, and thank you for the little heart, very much welcomed. That was a wonderful gift. Does anybody else have anything to speak of? Any questions? Anything? I see people popping in and out, but nobody wants to ask a question. It's just going to be a live where I'm talking on myself. That would be funny, but it might be a little boring. I don't think that I'm that humorous. I don't know, but it's all about you guys. Anybody have any questions? If they want to talk, come for the guest box. Anything? I don't do these battles, and I keep getting invited to these battles. I never quite got the hang of that. I'd probably lose anyway. Welcome everybody. Well, finally we got one person to come up.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing great.
I'm at work, so I may have to silent myself here and there, but I mean, you know how it goes.
Yeah, I do.
I just lost also. Here we go.
How you doing, Miss Sonia?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. So, Brim, what I would like to ask pertaining to the live is tell us about your awakening.
My awakening. I've had many awakenings. There's the awakening to the spiritualness, there's an awakening to the paranormal, and there's an awakening to the higher beings that were within myself, and there's the higher beings to the brim.
Okay. I've just had the one myself.
Yeah, and I was thinking I wouldn't even know how to answer that because I tell a lot of people I was born awake. You know. But
And
the way
that's
he said it,
fine.
I guess there's
That's
awakenings to
awesome.
different things.
Some people are awake when they're born, but some people come into their own as a certain age
Well,
or something.
when you're awakened when you're born, you're actually coming in the same way Jesus did because he was able to use all of his given gifts from source as well. I think that's awesome, Sonia.
Well, yes and no, because when you see things, hear things, and know things, then when you're little, everybody's like, "Oh, isn't she cute? She's got such an imagination." Blah blah blah.
Hmm.
Then as you grow older and that doesn't go away, then
People
things get
start to
rough.
think you're, a little,
You're called crazy, rude,
yeah.
and abuse can start. In my case, I got told to keep my mouth shut if I didn't. That kind of thing. For me, I kind of shut everything down once I hit puberty and became, you know, I actually tried to commit suicide at 13
Bless you.
because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know why it was different. I didn't know why aliens were standing in my dining room. I didn't know, why, you know, just a lot of things I could see the
How
say. I
did
could,
how did you how did you get through that? I mean, I was a psych nurse for many years. I quit nursing after the pandemic, but I've been a psych nurse for many years, and there's so many people that are
yeah,
actually awakened in there, yet they're being
right.
told because their families are having them Baker acted and whatnot. Their families are
Yeah, that
being told
happened.
that.
That happened to me actually. Yeah. Um, I guess when I did that after that incident, I kind of just shut down. Um, I now know I lived for a specific reason. Um, you know, intervention.
Yeah.
Um, but I just kind of shut it all out and focused. I got away from, I guess, what you would call that awakening spirituality. I just tried to shut everything down. But then, it started coming back. I was not raised by my parents because they were so young when I was born. And I started having more to do with them as I got older. I learned that on my mom's side, I mean, there's a long line of what I don't call them witches, but supposedly I come from a long line of awakened women, I guess you could call it. Um, but and then I started delving into that. Okay, is this why I'm different? When I was told, that my great grandmother, I come from my mom's side with Blackfoot, and it had something to do with that. And I thought, well, there was a shaman involved, and I'm like, well, is that where all this stuff comes from? And I've just been digging into it my entire life. I've always known aliens were real because I've seen them with my own eyes. Um,
Yeah.
um, I got married at a young age, had my first child at 20. I guess I was looking for that unconditional love that I didn't get. And then that went terrible. I later found out he was reptilian and tried to kill me and my daughter while I was
Alive.
pregnant. Oh, sorry. Um, and then I remarried and had that man tried to Baker act me. And I knew by then to keep my mouth shut and lie through my teeth. So, you know, when it comes to being evaluated, so by the time they evaluated me after a couple of weeks, I had my mom come pick me up and told her that there was nothing wrong with me, that I just needed to divorce my husband.
Wow.
So, yeah, and I just been digging in it because I never had anybody. I never had a mentor. My first real mentor is Brim, and I met him back in January, December. My real true mentor has been, without, I've seen psychics. I went to Reiki masters. I did some quantum healing throughout the years, different things. And it gets you a little step closer. You learn discernment real fast because some of it's crap. Being that I was an empath, that helped me through that system. But it's up until a year ago, less than a year ago, I've been doing this all by myself. And I've been a hermit my entire life because of it.
And what happened since January, since I started talking to you? You have changed so drastically from when I
Yeah,
first met you to now. You've grown a lot, and
yeah.
each one of us that I help along my journey, I help you all, and you all have become really great, and it's kind of impressive. And I love to see people ascending into that higher light by using their own power and their own energy and their own magic abilities that are inside of them. That's what I've always looked for, the equality that we all have. That all we need to do is simply look within ourselves and unlock that magic, unlock those abilities. We've always had them. It's in our DNA, it's our DNA, and it's ingrained in us. And
Absolutely.
once we become aware of that, then we can ascend into the higher realm of existence that we need to do for everybody else and join in the collective, because we're all on a journey. But we're all on our own unique journey that helps the collective spirit to raise that vibration. And it's a wonderful thing that, when, I don't think that I do much of anything, but, I do what I can. And I'm really thoroughly happy that everybody that I've talked to, I've talked to hundreds of people, and I'm glad that I helped them on their journey. And that's all always wanted to do, is help people on their journey to become better. Even if they become greater than me, I don't care, because it's not about me. It's about them. It's about everybody. You know, I am that dragon. I'm here for solitude, and the solace within inside of me. I'm here to serve and help all of you, to guide, and that is why I'm here, to help and guide every one of you. Even if I didn't agree with them in the past, it's not that I hate them. It's I hate their actions and how they were treated,
Right.
because in that time they did have that darkness, and within that darkness they had to see the light. As I spoke to somebody on this live last Tuesday, I might have came off a little bit harsh to that person, but I did it out of love and compassion, and I did it because they need to realize and recognize the flaws within inside of them. Because you can't go looking at everybody else and blaming everybody else. the turmoil is within inside of you, and he doesn't realize that. Like I didn't realize that. So there was a lot of similarities, but you know, some of us go at different paces in our lives. Some of us go slow. Some of us go fast. Some of us are blackhead stubborn. You know, I wouldn't know who that would be, but it might take 1,000 times for me to hear a message and I not understand it. Sometimes it might take 5 seconds. But at the end of the day, like I've always said, it's about every single one of you and how you can unlock the abilities yourself. Like you don't need somebody to help to push you down that road. You go down that road when you need to. When your universe inside of you says, I need to go down that road, that is when you go down that road, when the universe tells you and you feel it's right and it resonates with you. When you have somebody coming and trying to jam it down your throat, you're more apt not to listen to it and take it as bull crap. And that's not what we need to do. We need to do it with love and compassion. Sometimes you do have to get a little harsh with the person because you can't always coddle somebody either. And that's what's happening a lot. I've seen that a lot of people are coddled. Sometimes, you know, you need to hear the harsh truth. But do it with a love and light and compassion. And not that I haven't heard it, I've heard it and I gave it. And, you know, and I found it very good that, you know, if I said something wrong or misspoke something, that somebody would come out and say that, because that makes me learn as I'm learning with them, as we're all equals, you know.
I think with you though, the biggest help you've done with me. My biggest thing is I was trying to figure out how to talk to my higher self. That was a struggle, and meditation he's helped me with. But the biggest thing was the support of helping me to stop doubting myself, because I doubted myself. And all this time I've been struggling with it since I was a young girl. I've been trying to figure out how to meditate and how to figure out to connect to my higher self. When all this time my higher self has been talking to me, and I thought it was my imagination because I've been called crazy, and that it was my imagination, and that I was nuts my entire life. And so I believed it, even though I knew it wasn't true. It stuck with me. I'm 53 years old now, so it stuck with me, and he helped me get past that.
And you became who you are.
Right. But he would make me answer my own questions. He wouldn't answer for me. And I love you for that, though. You just made a world of difference in my life. You're one of the few people I trust now at this stage of the game.
You made that difference. I was just a humble guide.
You're more than a humble guide.
Oh, thank you.
You know that. It changed my life. It really has. I mean, significantly changed my life. So, for the better, in a positive manner. And in the process of doing, you know, everybody talks about shadow work. You know, with going to, like he said, I made a big difference in how much I've changed and grown. Come with that is a lot of dark memories, that things that I didn't remember that came forth.
One Scott Yarbrough husband.
And he was there for me for that. So, give me a minute, please.
No problem. Take your time, ma'am. We're on to Heather. Or if anybody else wants to come up in the box, please hit the guest request. And, you know, we'll talk about your spiritual awakenings and rebirths. And if you would like, if you could you hit likes and shares? And if you want to donate, you can do it to TikTok or my Cash App, whatever. But basically, I want to know about everybody's where they are in their spiritual journeys too, you know. This live is not just about me, it's about every one of us. And this is a safe space for us to come out and talk about these things without being judged for who you are and what you can do. Welcome back.
Why do I have a black screen? Goodness.
Because TikTok's a piece of crap.
I didn't mean to bail on you that quick, but I just needed a minute.
I know.
So, anyways.
Well, that was very enlightening and good to hear. Thank you for the compliments, but I still say that it was all you. I just was your guide on your journey.
Yeah, you know I'm still struggling with some things. So.
And I'm always here, like I'm here for everybody else that comes and contacts me on Facebook and on here. I have like almost, I feel like I do appointments now because I've got certain people that hit me up and ask me questions all the time, so that keeps most of my time and it keeps me busy, you know. So I don't mind doing this because I know this is what I was meant to do, is to guide people on their journeys, no matter who they are and what they do, you know. And that's all I've ever wanted, to have equality, to have the family that we all are, to share in this spiritual awakening and process, so we all can ascend, not just one, we all can ascend into that higher realm.
And what about you, Heather? How was yours? You there, Heather?
Yeah, I think she's working, and she gets on the phone when she's not busy.
Oh.
But I'm sure she hears it. I've helped her many times too. I've helped every one of the people that come on here just in certain ways, and I'm very touched by that and honored that they would do that. If anybody wants to come up in the box, let me know.
I mean, your awakening is similar to mine. You were kind of born awake too. So.
Yeah, I guess I could say I was born awake and I knew things were going to happen, but I let them play out. Like, I knew last year, I knew all that stuff was going to go down like that, but I had to play the story out in order to learn something, and I did learn a lot from that. So it was a stepping stone for me, because each process, and I just didn't ask, you know, myself, should I do all this, should I do all that? I asked Brim and I asked my guides, you know, should I do this? And they were like, yeah, I know it's going to end badly, but I did it anyway. Because, you know, I could feel the energies that people were hauling out. Even when I went to their house, I could still feel the energies. And some of the energy was good and some of it was bad. And then they were just reflecting their negative energies. And I didn't want to, you know, be around something like that. At the end of the day, I had to realize that the true power lies within myself. You know, and that's what that lesson was, that the power is inside of myself. And in order for me to get and reach the level I need to do, I need to step up and, so to speak, grow that pair of spiritual balls and say something and do something. Don't let people run me down. And that's what I did for 10, 11 years. I let people run me down. And I've got to the point where I don't let that run me down anymore. And that is part of my spiritual awakening, because when January rolled around, it was like I was reborn into another universe. That I like this universe I'm in right now because it's great, you know. There might be little flaws here and there, but you know, it's good, you know. I'm in a peaceful place, you know, where I can help people, and you know, and I don't go out. I don't have to go looking for them. They find me by hearing my words, my videos, and my message. You know, that's what I want. Them to hear the message and to grow and to learn. If they don't resonate with me, they resonate with somebody else. That's cool too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But just as long as I get them through the door into the part of their awakening, and I was part of that process, that makes me happy. It makes me happy that all of you have grown into the magnificent creatures of from the universe that you are. You guys are the ones that are going to illuminate the universe with your spiritual light. And with that spiritual light, you're going to draw others to it. And they're going to see that light and they're going to go, wow, that person's awesome. Let me listen to that person. And they're going to listen to you, and they're going to gain that knowledge. They're going to feel that love and compassion that's inside of you, and that's going to bring that out in them. You know, I've always...
Well, you know, specifically in my situation,
Yes.
with other people I have that were closed off to it that are now awakening just from being in close proximity of me.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. That's beautiful that I was able to help that individual too, you know. I was very shocked and honored by that he also, hearing my message, hearing what I had to say, became more awakened from when I first seen him too, you know, and heard about him. I didn't think it was ever going to happen. But, you know, when you've been that light out, you never know what's going to happen. And I honor that too, that he appreciates my advice and my knowledge and my inspiration that I push out every day on these videos.
You'd probably like to know too, the other one that helps, she's practicing controlling the elements now.
And that's wonderful.
She's been doing it very well.
From somebody that was totally dead set against it to the total 360, that is beautiful. That is magnificent. I am so honored that he's now done that. That makes me so happy.
So.
Wow, this life's pretty small today. But again, to me, numbers really don't matter. What matters is, even if one person hears my message, it works for me. I love to have the numbers come up and more people come in and listen to it. But if the universe says only this many at this time, that's cool too, you know? All in due time. Because I'm now looking into doing Reiki and healing people, because I feel like I want to heal people.
Yeah, but like, there's 6 people in here. And like with me, myself, with you helping me, and help me help 3 others.
Yes.
And if they help 3 others, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And that's why numbers don't really bother me to a point, because, you know, I know my message is getting out there. It could be a small amount, or it could be a large amount. Doesn't matter. As long as it gets out there and helps somebody, I'm happy. I don't need a big show. I don't need to orchestrate a whole circus of people.
Yeah, but when they do that, it's not genuine, and you can see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm more about the genuine. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I was often told to bring out that dragon. Well, here's your dragon. Here's the true dragon that I am. And I'm not going to let anyone vanquish my light or anybody else's light. That light needs to be pushed out and ascended, and I'm going to do it one way or another. I don't care if it drives me into the ground. I am going to push out that light and that love and compassion for every single person that I come in contact with, even after I go and I'm extended into this next realm. My message will still be here for those to ascend and to listen to that message and be inspired by what I say. I'm not doing this to become famous. I'm not doing this to gain money. I'm gaining this because the most precious thing is not money. It's the souls that reach the highness in the continuum of love and compassion to congregate and be together as one.
Well, I can tell you, the other person in my life that we talked to, when she decided to talk to you, before anything, the first thing she asked was, how much did you charge? And she's like, well, when I explained everything to her, she's like, oh. So then she wanted to talk to you. Because she said there's so many people out there charging so much money, and she said it was just, she said they didn't tell me anything I didn't already know.
And
and some stuff they told her she knew that was crap,
Yeah. And that's why I think and that's why I do what I do, because I think the knowledge should be given freely, not paid for. I don't care about the money. I care about the person and the individual. If people want to donate, cool, that's wonderful. But for me, I feel the message should be freely given. It shouldn't require a galaxy. It shouldn't require 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, $100. That knowledge should be free.
Like I said, I've been trying to get her to open up for years, open back up. And she closed herself off because of all the chaos that came with it and not being able to control it. But after her talk with you, she's like flying now.
That's wonderful.
Practicing with controlling the wind and the rain and other things that she's doing, and the darkness that she had around her, she's actually doing stuff with it to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Working. So you made a big difference. You accomplished something with her I couldn't accomplish.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Heather, you're up.
I am up for...
I had asked you, but he said you were working. I had asked you if you wanted to talk about your awakening.
My awakening was, it was, probably a good 20 years or so ago. I had started having premonitional dreams. I thought something was actually wrong with me. I had dreamt about the Twin Towers, my grandfather, and they were very, very vivid. A spaceship that I was standing next to with blue around it. But my grandfather had passed away, and I was very traumatized by that. I wanted to know where he was. I wanted, we were supposed to travel around the world, and, I just wanted my grandpa. Well, when I started going down that rabbit hole, I was still having my dreams, but I didn't realize that they were premonitional dreams at that moment. That came later on, especially after I had the dream about the Twin Towers, and it was like, I think 3 days later, my ex-husband woke us up. We were on post, and he was like, we're being put on lockdown. We were just attacked. But I thought it was the post that was attacked. I didn't know it was the Twin Towers at that time. Anyhow, I had a dream about my grandfather coming to visit me, and it was so real that I could have swore that there were that when I woke up there was going to be lifesavers there. Now, mind you, in these dreams, I'm awake. I'm awake in my dreams. I can carry on a conversation. I can see in color, everything. And I didn't know what that was until I actually came across Sprint. Anyway, when I saw my grandpa, he had come to the door, he knocked on the door, he came in, he sat down. My grandparents were very Scottish, so you could barely understand him when he spoke, but you understood the love. And on that path to finding my grandfather is when I went through my awakening process. It was very trying at times because I had always been very religious. I actually wanted to be a nun when I was in school. I was raised in Catholic schools, but I had all these questions in school. If we have a father in heaven, why don't we have a mother? And my questions would never get answered. And so when I started going down the spiritual path, and it took me a long time to figure out that we are spiritual beings living a human life experience. Not that we're human beings living a religious life or a spiritual life.
Right.
Right.
And so when I started to go down that spiritual path, I started to find a lot of my questions were being answered. I sought out to have a reading done by Veronica Drake. What the heck's her name? Sylvia Brown. And I was on a waiting list forever, but then she passed away. And I was actually blessed enough to have one done by Veronica Drake about a year ago. But again, during that time, I didn't really have anybody to talk about. When I spoke to my brothers and sisters or family members about the dreams that I was having, the only person that would really listen to me was my mother. I had a dream about my sister being pregnant with twins, and then found out she was pregnant with twins. The day that she gave birth to her twins, I spoke to her on the phone and I said, I wish that they would just come right now so I could meet them and just love them up. And 30 minutes later, she went into labor and actually called me from the hospital and said, the next time you make a wish, you wish it on yourself. Then I came across TikTok and found other people that were in the same way that I was, and it took on from there. I can do readings on people. I am a dream walker. When I had my reading done with Veronica Drake, she actually also told me that I needed to start using my abilities. And she also told me that I was tall, white, and Palladian. And she told me that if you call upon the Palladians, they will come. And that night that I went to bed and I called upon them, that's when I had the dream. And I was wearing at the time a ring bracelet. And I knew that I was awake in my dreams. I knew that I was there. It was like the ship was peeking out of the clouds. And I could see myself standing on the clouds. I could feel somebody beside me, but I couldn't see anybody. All I could see was the ship, the blue around it, and I was waving by. And they were telling me that I could hear, you have to go, but I didn't want to leave. But I could see my hand waving by. And I've never been the same since I woke up from that dream. That specific one right there. Yeah, it was a great journey to where I'm at right now. I wouldn't change anything. I don't necessarily sit and flaunt what I'm able to do, um, but I do know that there's good people out there doing readings and stuff like that, and then there's some people out there that are just wanting money. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I never asked you about anything about money or anything. It was all about,
Never, never,
you know,
never. You helped me on my journey a lot, and from between you and Yes You Are James, between you two, you guys have been very helpful with me and let me, it was a beautiful time with Yes You Are. It's been a beautiful time with you. I love hearing people's stories of how, they became awakened. I was always a very religious person, but the older that I got, the Catholic religion just wasn't for me. It, I had so many questions because in the Bible it says, you shall call no one father but me. Well, if we're in church and we come across Father Pat or Father Mike or Father Bill or whomever, why are we calling them Father if we're only supposed to call Source Father?
right.
right.
No, you're not supposed to call your earthly parents, father or mother. But yet we do that. I still have a lot of questions. I know our journeys are never over,
Yeah.
but
It's never
they
ending.
it seemed more like cult activity.
Mm-hmm.
I if I'm explaining it right, you don't know what you can say and what you can on TikTok, but
Oh, of course.
I'm very fortunate and thankful that I wasn't raised in a religious family. Um, but I had a friend in grade school that was, and it piqued my interest. And as I got older, I started researching it. I was researching it like crazy, all different, and I'm like, this stuff doesn't make any sense.
well,
It just didn't make sense to me. Like
you
there's so
have
many
to
contradictions.
you have to research. Look at what happens when you just take what is given to you and what's told to you, your whole
Right.
entire life. You grow up and you believe it. I've asked my father, what would you do? How would you feel if everything you were taught was a lie.
Right. Well, and during my research, the stuff that I felt there was truth to, it was like it just stopped. Like it was like it wasn't finished. Like
Right.
something was taken away, and it didn't finish what it was talking about. You know what I mean? And then there was other stuff in
Absolutely.
there,
It's
and there was
because
other
you.
stuff that just didn't feel like the truth. Like this isn't right. This isn't right.
It's because you all broaden your horizons into opening up your mind into different avenues of spirituality. A lot of people only look for one thing, but when you open up that third eye and you open up yourself to more things, you're more acceptable to get a true and better understanding of who you are and what your place is in the universe. So you can be that being, but on the other hand, if you don't, then you're not going to extend, you're not going to do anything. And that you guys were able to discern what is true and what doesn't jive with you is magnificent, because that shows right there that you have evolved into a higher being from the first stage you were until now.
That
You
is,
you
and
evolved.
and that is so true, because I truly, and I don't know how many times that I've said this to you, I feel like I have no recollection of anything before 2020 except for monumental events that happened in my life.
Mm-hmm.
It was like everything before that is null and void. It was like I was born in 2020.
Well, Heather's got a funny story to tell you, because we were talking one night and something happened. Would you want to talk about that, Heather?
Absolutely, but I have somebody in here. You started. And Sonia, yes, this is every time Brim and I are on FaceTime or whatever, something always happens. And he took me on a trip with him on, actually, I got stuck in time with him on a ship. I gotta get them. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go here in a few minutes, but
I know. That's okay.
how long's your live going tonight?
Um, probably like 12 or 1, but it might
Okay.
go a little bit sooner than that because not many people are coming up. Probably because people are doing their own family thing, real life thing, or they're in another life. But you never know. It could be 10, it could be 11, 12, 1, 2.
Well, then that stuff I was talking to you about you earlier, we'll probably call you tomorrow
Yeah.
and do that. What we
Okay.
want to do.
Okay, I'm back.
Have
So
you
we
noticed? Have you noticed with like you said there was an incident? Have you noticed something I've noticed with him lately? It's like I'm talking. Sometimes you can see the dragon in his face. Have you seen that yet? Like
with Brim.
yeah, like when you're talking to him on FaceTime,
Uh huh.
it's like I'm starting to see the dragon in his human face.
I have not seen that yet. No,
I've seen it like twice now.
I would love to.
Pretty cool. It's like
I
he looks totally different.
well, I would. Yes, I would. I would. How you doing, love? Hold on. Hold on.
I speak to Trina and Dizzy too, and they never say. They always say that they hear something in the background. Sometimes it's like a or a voice. And I talk to somebody else, and they keep telling me, when I FaceTime them, you know what they hear is a female's voice under mine, and it's like, what? Or I was talking to somebody else, and they said I could hear you talking, but I hear a deep voice, and it sounds like he's blowing out smoke. It's like that must be Brim because I hear it the voice is different, and I'm like, well, each person has a different experience with me apparently.
Well, you remember that one time we heard and we found out it was my great grandmother
Yeah.
voice? That was kind of cool.
But Heather has a story too.
Yes, we were on FaceTime, and anytime we're on FaceTime, something happens, whether it's the phone messing up, or hearing ships. And the last time that we were on the phone, not last night, but the time before, he obviously, you know, that we live in a matrix and whatnot, and I started noticing that he was glitching, and I'm like, wait a friggin' minute, and I'm like, can you hear me? I was talking to him, and he glitched a total of 4 times, and during that time I kept hearing like it was like static, but I know this is going to sound contradictory, but it was like a static, but it wasn't. I don't know how to explain it. It was a sound that I had never heard before, and he glitched and stayed that way. And as he's sitting there, hand to God, it was like I could see something coming out of his ear, and I flipped out and I started hollering, and then we were literally gone. Time had stopped for, I think it was like an hour and a half, and it was Brim that actually discovered that because it had shown us not on the phone. Now I started to record, and it wouldn't let me record. You couldn't hear nothing. I could see everything, but they would not. Hold on.
Yeah, here's the funny part about that. When we were on the phone, it said that we got off the phone, but we were still on. It didn't show us on live. It was like, it was weird. I've never seen anything like it. It's just like, it doesn't say if we're online. I'm like, no, it said we ended the call, but we're still on the call. And this was like an hour later when we noticed it. It's like, what the heck is going on here? And then, like, I'm hearing her, and I'm hearing what she's saying.
Right.
But then she was like, it was weird.
I couldn't record, Sonia. I could not record nothing. Nothing I was doing. They wouldn't allow me to record zilch. I sat there and recorded and sent it to Brim while we were on the phone, and there was nothing there. But yet he could record something and send it to me, and I could hear everything. It was the weirdest time ever being on the phone with him, but it was an experience, you know what I'm saying? Because normally it's just having spirits coming in and they're messing with the phone. You're seeing, the zooming in and out, where they're hanging up, they're playing with us, they're interacting with us. And that's, that it's fun. But this particular time, it was so different, where I even literally had to apologize because I didn't. I don't want to say I didn't believe, but I just knew the one thing that I had experienced. And, so not necessarily feeling that, it was valid, and it really truly was.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe, unless you were there, but it was also a valuable lesson because everybody's experience is different. No two people are gonna have the same, you know, exact experience. Yeah.
And didn't you say
Wild.
there was something about them touching my face, and then I looked like I turned into two people?
Yeah, right, what? My right, your left. Yeah. Yeah. He had a big, huge mark, and I actually have a picture of that. Yeah, I
She,
took a picture of that. Yeah.
Have you seen the scar on his face? I've seen the scar on his face.
I've never seen a star on his face. I saw that brown mark, and then one time that I was on the phone with him, I don't know if it was his third eye coming open, but I could see his third eye. Hold on.
Yeah, the scar I seen was engulfed around his eye and on his forehead and on his temple. Like, but he always sees a lot more than I do.
right.
Like, I'll take him for walks around the property and he gets to see all kinds of critters and things. Orbs all over the place.
Yeah, Brim's a seer. He's a seer, so he'll see certain things that you and I may not see.
I can feel him, I just can't see him.
Absolutely, I'm the same way.
I know Sonia has a story about a house that's on her property.
Yeah. I don't have time to go into that story. We'll have to do it a different time. You mean with the reptilians and the.
Yeah.
Whew. I have had reptilians around me my entire life, unfortunately.
Oh God, no way.
Hmm.
Oh, bless you.
And I got to see a Syrian standing in. The funny part is, I've seen aliens physically, like physically, awake.
I
I've seen them,
I would
but
give
I've
the
never seen
world.
a UFO. I've never seen a ship other than
I
astral travel.
Girl, I would give the world to be standing, which I do believe I've been in the presence of one Palladian before. Um, and that was really, really, really weird. But I do believe that I've been in the presence of one. But I would give the world to literally shake the hand of our galactic family members, or just get a hug, something.
Um, with Palladians, if you feel their presence, pay attention because whatever they cloak themselves with gives
Mm.
off like a rainbow mirror sometimes. I've seen it. I
I've
had
been
one living in that house with me for a few weeks.
Oh, wow. Call them
Just a
back and
few.
send them to my house.
I even know his name. That's
What a
crazy.
what a blessing. Good for you.
But he was here protecting me. So, yeah,
She had a dark.
that was.
She had some dark entities up in that house, and
Oh, if you're having the reptilians around you, yeah, the
yes,
reptilians
and
are
they
good.
and they were protecting an item. So
Yeah.
I had her go up into the house and get that item, and she went and got the item, and I told her what to do with it, And ever since then, they have no reptilians near her whatsoever, or even on her
Love it.
property no more.
Love it. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
The funny
And
part is when I took it down, I had to back up and I had to call up my husband and told him, I said, you need to get back into the protected area because the protected area is on our property. And I knew not to turn around and run. And it was like, tell you what, I called on Grim and he came in the spiritual. He came. And my dragon energy, what I got with my dragon, it felt like I grew 2 feet. I swear to God, I was ready to fight. And that's not, well, I can't say that's not me, but what happened was not me. And I'm like, who in the words that were coming out of my mouth? I'm like, who is that talking? I didn't even recognize the voice coming out of my mouth. And it was like, it was crazy.
even her
I felt
husband's
like I
seen
was
them.
Superman.
Even her husband
Hmm?
is now seeing the low vibrational beings, and then
Yep.
we sent him off packing.
That is crazy.
And he went from, I don't want nothing to do with this stuff, to that. So, hey, babe. Say hi, babe.
Hi, bro.
Hey,
I need you.
He just got back.
welcome back.
And now he's back out the door again.
Oh, of
But
course, probably
he'll be
to
back
hug
in a
that
few
tree.
minutes. Oh, the things that have been happening with him are wow.
It's very beautiful. I think I love it.
Did you see the reptilians in person?
Yep. I was abducted by reptilians when I was 3. I was a 3-year-old girl. And they've been involved in my life ever since. Up until recently. A few weeks ago, I think I'm done with them finally. Yep. Brim's got me to the point where I'm strong enough to fight him off myself now. Yep. Now, when they were cloaked, though, I didn't see their actual, like I could see their outlines. Are you there?
Yeah,
She's there. I didn't know if she was listening.
yeah, she can hear. She just can't speak.
Yeah, I can hear you all.
Have you ever watched that movie Predator?
Yeah,
That movie Predator. Well, with
yeah,
that movie Predator, the way you see that guy in that movie, or the Predator, where he pokes himself, that's
yeah.
not the same, but very similar. You can see when they move, you can see him walking and moving.
They didn't want no part of Brim. I mean, all 5 of them ran like little girls.
Yep.
They were like, "Oh hell no."
But it just almost makes you nauseous. I mean, I was shaking because I could feel their negative energies, their intent, and all that stuff. But they're gone now. They're gone. All the entities and beings around this property are starting to leave now.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're ever coming back because they don't like Brim. Brim basically peed on your yard and marked that this is my territory. Don't you dare.
Well, and two, I live in the Appalachian Mountains, so
Yeah,
there's other things too. But you hear all the stories about the cryptids and this and people freaking out and stuff, and they are here, but they're everywhere. But I've never had any problems with them, and I've never been afraid like other people. So I'm not sure some of the stories you hear about them scaring them and doing bad things or this or that.
yeah. They don't. They don't tend to mess with you anymore.
Well, like cryptids and stuff never have. The only ones I've ever had any problems with, and I mean, I've come across some evil people and evil entities, but the only ones that ever messed with me were reptilians. The other ones still fear me.
And you know why.
Yeah. Even when I was younger, you know.
Well, they ain't coming back now.
No. No. Demons.
Amen to that.
I've come face to face with demons, like literally could see them face to face. You know, and I kept saying, everybody's right, I'm freaking crazy now. But I wasn't. I know I'm not now.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have certain people in your family or even friends that don't have the same belief because you can't feel like you can't openly speak, and you tend to feel like everybody is everybody thinks you're crazy. I know a lot of people. I could hear people talking and all when I was working in the psych hospital, and a lot of people, when they're sitting and they're telling you, I'm not crazy. This is what I'm hearing, and you know that what they're saying is real, but there's nothing you can do to help. Because you're not the psychiatrist, you just work for the psychiatrist. It's heartbreaking at times. Because then you have these people walking around on meds that absolutely do not need to be on meds.
Yeah, I've said that. I think
I
there's so
don't
many people in psych wards that shouldn't be there, that they're not crazy, that they can see
yes,
beyond the veil.
Yeah,
absolutely.
when I was in the psych ward, I had there was a lot of the people that I was speaking to, like, it felt to me that it looked like it was more like an alien or spatial being resort because there were so many people in there. Their energies were, I think a lot of their problem is they struggle with their spatial being side, and as they're struggling, they can't comprehend it. So they use them. Some people use those meds to subdue that. When in reality, all I need to do is speak to somebody spiritual to guide them down that path. And I noticed when I was in there and I started helping them and talking to them about spirituality and stuff like that, a lot of them got better, and they were released shorter the time than they were supposed to be there. Because I remember one guy, he kept saying that he kept seeing this dark-haired man and this and that, and he was telling them to do this and that, and he didn't know if he should listen to him or not. And I was like, well, you need to listen to him because I can tell you who he is right now. And he's like, well, who is he? He goes, that's your higher self, and it's an Anunnaki. And he's like, Anunnaki. So I went in and told him about that and what he needs to do. And lo and behold, he became stronger and realized that he didn't need all that and he didn't need to be the way he was. So he was supposed to be in there for 2 months, but they let him out a month early. And I talked to him after that a couple times, and all those people after that. And each one of them people, some went back into learning about the Bible and, that kind of life. But a lot of them went spiritual too, and they realized that they didn't need those medications to do that. That all the power was inside of them. And it's beautiful because I was like, well, what am I supposed to do here? And then I listened to my inner self. I was like, well, help them. I'm here for a reason. So I helped them, and look at what happened. They became greater too. And, that's just part of me and who I am. And I like helping them. And I'm glad that they were able to see and experience things that they normally wouldn't have. And they just would have been under that medication all the time.
Are there any Lyrons around? Because Jasper was just trying to lay on the phone and cuddle with it. You must feel somebody's energy or something.
Uh-huh. And a lot of people, they don't realize that they claim to be spiritual beings. They also have monkeys on their back, which is a dark entity that masks itself within the spiritual light because it kind of reflects their light back at them, so they can't realize that there's an actual dark entity on them, that they need to vanquish that, and they need to accept it and get rid of it. Take that darkness that's within inside of them and push it into the universe, you know. Don't hold it within inside of yourself and transmute it. Just say, I don't need this, and send it back. And that's what a lot of people need to do. You don't need these fears that you all have. You all have these fears, and you don't need those fears. Just be who you are. Remember who you are. And where that power comes from is within inside of you. Within your bloodline, within your DNA, the energy courses through. You're one with the universe. And it's just you that has to accept it. You have to see with open eyes and not have them wired shut by untruths of certain individuals. You need to hear the truth and not let it cloud your judgment by the mistruths that you hear. And a lot of people that speak need to speak not with a forked tongue, but a tongue of truth and justice and light and love. Not that forked tongue where they lead you off with false narratives and false hopes and false dreams to suit their own propaganda and agendas. You know, you need to be within yourself. And there I say, that's part of the 369 for me. What the 369 means is, so those three things are part of your 369. You're that perfect being, that perfect individual. Who's going to make you perfect? You. How are you going to make yourself perfect? Learn, experience, and grow. And share your love and your light with everybody. The smallest little act of kindness goes a long way and will cause that ripple effect. Thank you for the likes. I'm very honored. If anybody wants to come up in the box, feel free to hit the guest request. We're going to keep on continuing with these two nice ladies here. Whenever they come back and want to speak.
Actually, I'm going to have to go. Might come back, but I need to go for a little bit.
No problem.
So, nice meeting you, Heather. I know she can't probably talk to me right now, so that's okay.
I'm back. Very nice meeting you, Miss Sonia. I love your stories. I want to come hang.
Want to come hang out?
Hang out at your house.
Hang out in the Appalachian Mountains. We can have a camping party. Let's see who visits.
Woo woo! Oh my gosh, girl! I'd be there in a New York second.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's beautiful here.
Where do you live?
The Appalachian Mountains. Western North Carolina. Then I'm getting ready to go to the road. I've been called. I think I've been called to do good work. So. It's called Move On. So, all right. Hopefully we'll come back here a little bit, but I need to take off. So love y'all, and hopefully I'll talk to you again.
Love and light, and it was an honor for you to be here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Sending love and light to you always. Pleasure meeting you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. If anybody wants to come up in the box, hit the guest request. You know, I know there's like Diane down there with her Bigfoots.
And there's Trina in here. Trina needs to come up in the box.
And a lot of them need to come up in the box, but
I hear her
I guess
saying, Heather, stop it.
they'll probably do it in their own speed, you know.
Come on up, Trina.
So I see we're hitting them likes. I love it. And then I know we're doing them shares. That's wonderful. But if you want to donate or hit my Cash App, that's cool too. That was in my bio. But if anybody wants to speak, please hit the guest request. I don't care if you're the Chasm, Azurite, Motorite, God, King of whatever. I don't care if you're an alien you call that's Rory and says you're a Nook. I don't care. I don't care if you're a commander of a ship and you're on Earth. If you're in here or listening, feel free to come up. I don't care. I want to hear everybody's stories, and I don't care who you are or who. I don't care. Because this is a safe space, and I want all of us to share. And you could be an alien T, you can be a commander of a ship, you could be an alien channeler, you could be an Azurite god, or you could be, a white dragon that went back into an egg because you led yourself down the wrong path. I don't care. Anybody that wants to come up and share, feel free. Even if it's Mary Mayweather, I see her come in all the time. If she wants to come up and share, be my guest. Carrie, if you want to come up and share, be my guest. I'm willing to talk to anybody that wants to talk about the spiritualness within the calmness of this safe space, in the flow of this energy, and the vibrations, that we're all here to show this love and this compassion for each other. Thank you for the likes, Michelle. I'm very honored.
Time.
All right, how are you?
Very well.
Did you hear me? I called everybody out.
Now watch. There's no one in here.
I called them all out.
And I would have been able to sit now and tell my story with no interruption. That's why I kind of just really don't like getting up in the box when I'm here at work, because I feel like I rush my stories.
And like I said, I don't care if it's an alien that can channel, a spatial being that is a commander of a UFO. I don't care if it's an alien T. I don't care if it's a nature walker called Sharon that walks through the forest, touching water and experiencing the natural life of things. She can come up in the box too.
Hi, Miss
Any of them
Sharon.
can come up in the box. And hello, Sharon. Welcome. It's glad to see you here.
Aw, bless her. Will she come up and just hang out? Let me see.
Hold on a second. I've got to do something here.
Hi, guys.
Oh,
Hello. Hi, Trina.
Hello.
Hi, Heather.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Brim. I just got home. I'm settling in, catching up with messages and stuff. How are you guys?
Doing great. Welcome to my birthday party live.
It's your birthday!
In 2 days, yes it is.
Well, we celebrate for like a week or a month, you know.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday.
Be 51, yeehaw.
No, you're not. You don't kid. No way, you're
50,
51.
51
no,
in human years.
he's gonna be
Oh, man.
58. He's gonna be 58.
Oh God. Oh no.
There's no way. I can't even believe you're out of your 40s. I thought you were in your early 40s for reals.
Oh my. Trina just had a birthday too.
Oh,
Heather,
Trina,
Happy birthday
54.
from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we can party too. Hey!
Heather's birthday's coming too.
Yes, mine's next month, October 13th.
I'm up to October 20th.
You are?
Yeah, go Libras.
Oh, heck yeah, we rock, sister, we rock. My dad's is the second, my ex's is the third, as well as one of my aunts was on my dad's side. Her birthday was on the third as well.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Libra is the only zodiac that isn't an animal or, isn't alive.
Right.
The scale. It's weird.
We are balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I think we're the fulcrum of the scales.
Woo woo.
I got my stitches out, but
I
it's
didn't know you
still.
had stitches.
No gray hair, let's party.
Yeah, I had stitches in my finger. I had 7 in the outside, 3 in the inside. It's healing very well. It still looks like a valley when they untook the stitches. I'm like, oh no, I don't want that. I don't want dirt to get in it. So I took the tape and made a butterfly stitch and pushed it together.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about, since it's my birthday, I wanted to talk about everybody's spiritual rebirth or in their spiritual awakenings. It's kind
Like
of everybody's
rebirth,
birthday.
second
Yeah.
birth.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Uh-huh.
They rebirth into the spiritual world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it'd be kind
I
of your
feel like
birthday
Gaia
too.
has had a spiritual awakening recently. Mm-hmm.
Did you know the ground, if you look at like muddy ground and you look at your skin, it almost looks the same?
Oh yeah, the scales, like when it dries up.
Yeah. It looks like your skin. And it makes you wonder. And it confirms a lot of things that Mother Gaia is not just a planet, it's a being. It's life.
Oh yes, we know that. Mm-hmm.
And
She's
a
a
lot of,
sentient being in her own self. She's
yeah.
been sending out all sorts of communication to other planets as she's waking up.
Yep, the school's waking up. And that's what I've always said. Everybody's like, well, what planet are you from? And I don't care what planet I'm from. It's what school did I go to? What school am I on?
That's very true, Brim. I appreciate that response to that question.
And it also says, well, when do you graduate school? Well, when you pass on.
Right. I guess we don't really know. I graduate every day. I'm learning new lessons.
Exactly. And does it really matter to me? Does it really matter what planet you came from? It matters how many schools you went to. How many lessons did you learn in
Right.
your in your spatial thing? Where somebody can go, oh well, you came from the Toodle planet out in the Larian Aris system. Well, okay. What else did I do? What
Right.
else? There's more to it than just one. There's many.
Right. Right.
Because if we're all one, that means that every part of us went through the universe at one time or another. We just we just visited every planet and lived that life to become that greater source that we are. And it just so happens that Earth is one school, the school of hard knocks apparently.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it is. This is the only
Mm-hmm.
planet that has cancer. We're the only cannibals in the many universes that there are. You know, we eat our own, you know, when animals should be cherished, you know, and not eaten. But here pretty soon there'll be no more eating of meats.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll be cherishing them instead of eating them. You know, and that's actually why.
Does it have to do with duality?
Yes.
You know, that we're the only planet, or I don't know. I just know that our planet is a planet of duality, but that causes us to have, you know, these negative frequencies and positive frequencies. But I don't know. I feel like 3D is the first, because 2D and 1D is no 2D is sorry 3D is the first dimension that we can possibly be in, like a physical creation.
In a physical
And so we're just babies. We're just figuring this out. That's why we're so divided and there's all this duality. And as far as I understand it in my little primitive infant mind, anyway.
And that's why I said before, I don't know if you heard that message that the beings gave me to tell everybody. It was a 6-page message.
Yes,
And within that
I
message,
like that.
within that message, we're a multi-dimensional, a multi-universal, omnipresence being. We are everywhere
I'm just
all
so
at
unaware
once.
of it.
We're just not aware of that. And the only reason why, you know, people always wanted to ask, well, why am I this way, and this way? Why do I have certain past lives coming up? Well, the answer to that is the only reason why you can't remember all your past lives and why things are forgotten. That's a clear, easy, simple answer. The reason why you don't remember your past lives, those past lives that you had, is one simple reason. If you remembered every single past life, you would probably go crazy. So they only allow you to have certain past lives because it affects your life that you're living on this planet now. That's why you can only remember certain past lives, because it helps you on your journey. Henceforth, why I always said, look within yourself. The true answer lies there. Not within your mind, because your mind always gets you in trouble. You got to lead with your heart and your gut, your feeling, what resonates with you. That is the true understanding, and that will lead you down the true path to be that greater piece of the puzzle in the universe that will push you into ascension, into the higher evolution that you need to be in. And from when I first met Sharon too, she was a very curious being, but now after all this time of meeting and talking to her, and we still got 1,000 more talks to talk about, that she's now ascended to understanding a lot of things that she needed to learn, and she's still learning. But I'm very impressed that, you know, that you came into your own and it came up, and you had the strength to come up on lives, and you had your own strength to come up and, you know, talk, not worrying about what people think, because what people think don't matter. And that group that we came from, it doesn't matter They were a stepping stone, and they helped you evolve, and you evolved into the greater being you are. And that
Oh.
is the most beautiful being ever. And you can become greater. The same thing with Heather. Each one of you I've talked to in certain increments on Facebook, and you've all ascended in your own way. Not because of me, it's because of you. I just opened up the way and guided you down the path you needed to. The
Right.
way me, the
Honey.
dragon, meant to
Yeah.
be.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are afraid, and that was perfectly said, by the way, because a lot of people are afraid to take that first stance because living in the world that we live in, you have people that body shame, you have people that, you know, that criticize. It's so easy to make a complaint, but it's very hard for some people to actually give compliments,
Mm.
in the world that we're in right now. So for
Mm-hmm.
some people, I know for me personally, when I first came out, I was very nervous, extremely nervous. And it wasn't really until with Brim where I actually did my very, very first reading was on his, it was in one of his lives, and the person was none the wiser. And, but you want to be able, you want that validation. You want to know that what you're doing is proper for the other person because, when you're being told things, you want to make sure that you're getting stuff out to them properly. You don't, I mean, no, there's nobody out there that's 100%, absolutely correct all the time, but once you learn what you're doing and all, you can be pretty much with your guides and all, you can be pretty much around that 90% mark. It's very intimidating at first because you don't want to be judged.
True.
You don't want to have, that one person because you're going to get your trolls in anyways.
And along with that, I feel like, why are we afraid to be judged if we're solid in our standing? And that just speaks to, when I'm afraid to be judged, it's because I'm insecure in that. And especially
Right.
this topic that we're talking about, ascending or awakening, or, we've been programmed our whole lives. Especially me, I came from a very religious background that even playing with tarot cards was considered, demonic or satanic. Or so now I'm going against my own programming, which is very uncomfortable. But just like anything we do, lifting weights is uncomfortable, but that's also growth.
Right.
So yeah, I feel that a lot. But once we finally do realize, and we start opening our mouths, or listening, or opening our hearts, and feeling the truth in our hearts, and not necessarily, the information sometimes sounds really out there because we're not used to talking like this. For me anyway, some people grew up around this, but not a very large percentage. And it was really weird at first. I'm like, this feels very uncomfortable because of our programming. But once we start breaking out of that, we can start recognizing truth with our heart, with the energy, the frequency, the vibration of the words that come out of people's mouths and our own mouth. We can feel that and discern the truth of it.
And here's a vital thing that everybody needs to learn too. When you feel that when somebody comes up and tries to judge you, you know what? You don't take it as a negative. I turn it into a positive. And what do I mean by that? The reason why I feel that people judge you is they don't understand and they can't get the understanding. So to me, that's a test. That is a test for me to show who I truly am and what I'm meant to be.
Exactly.
Don't let anybody push you down. Like, I heard those words a while ago. You know where I heard them words.
Exactly.
Don't let anybody push me down. And I didn't. And look at what I've become. I've become a person, a beacon of light, that brings in those people to their spirituality, to bring it in
Mm-hmm.
so they come into their own.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what I like to be, that guiding light.
Mm-hmm. It's so important. It's so important. And I hate to classify, I don't like labels, but I feel like in these rooms we're full of light workers. And that
Hmm.
is our job, is to raise the collective. I just watched a
Yes.
video that we're at 25% of where we need to be. 10% is like not good, bad things happen, like World War III type of things happen at 10% of light beings, and we're at 25%, and 75% is where we want to be. And as we ascend those that we talk to. And those people that are judging us, you're absolutely correct. They're just judging from a place of ignorance. And if they're open to hear it, they will. And sometimes after a conversation, you feel like, well, that didn't go anywhere. But how many times did we hear things that were like, whoa, that was way far out there, I'm shutting that down? But it plants a seed. And so that's exactly it. They're not necessarily judging us, they're judging themselves. And we are seed planters.
Because every time you point your finger at somebody, you got three pointed back at you.
Exactly. And we know that. So it
Yes.
makes it easier to walk in our strength.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the famous line from Jesus, why do you look at your brother's problems without taking the plank out of your own eye?
Yeah, exactly. Brother Jesus. This is beautiful, Brim. Thank you.
Thank you. It was an honor.
Yeah.
I'm honored by all of you coming here and sharing. Because, like I said, this live is about all of you, not about me.
Exactly. And we are all one.
Hmm. And this is, I figure, and there's all, has their own little storms going on. I look at this as the eye of the storm, the peaceful, the calmness.
Oh, I feel that. Ah, yes.
Because, certain people have their own certain groups, and they've all got these little raging storms within inside of their groups, but in reality, I don't look at it like that. We're all one. We all need to work together.
Mm-hmm.
Even when each of us have those storms, you've got to find the solace and the calmness within the eye of the storm, like the eye of the dragon or the eye of the tiger. It's all the same. Look within inside of yourself. The eyes are the window of the soul, and we are what we need to be. And that is the true understanding of it all.
Wow. I am trying to bring up.
Yeah, I don't know why TikTok's doing that. It's telling me there's 5 people in the room, but I can't see the 5 people. And then when I come down here to invite guests, it's only showing like,
I'm only seeing Trina.
yeah, it's really weird.
Oh gosh, I just invited her. Stop that one. Thank you. I just invited Sharon instead of Bronwyn.
Yeah, it's probably because you're gifted. It makes it harder because I can't see who's in the room and who left, but it's all gravy. I don't care if the alien Anouk is down there or outside of this chat listening. I don't care if you're Dorinda and you're out there. I don't care if you're any of them other people or any of you want to come in and you want to say something. Be my guest. Open invitation. You got something spiritual to say? Come up in this chat. And I don't care. I want everybody to come in here, have a free space to express themselves in a safe space. We're all here. We're all trying to ascend and we all learn. And it's not that I don't hate anybody. I hate their actions. And all we all need to do is work together. Stop this separation. Stop it all, because it's going to lead you nowhere. At the end of the day, we're a collective. We are all light. It doesn't matter what kind of light you are. It reminds me of the clouds. You have certain layers of clouds. They all protect the earth. And we're like those clouds. We are all light on different levels, protecting the earth.
That is
So,
true.
are you going to let your cloud cover the earth in protection with that love and light? Or are you going to be a broken fragment, not working with the rest of the collective, and be that shield, that barrier to protect the earth from the darkness? Or are you going to lie within yourself and just sit there stale, stagnant, not ever changing, sitting up in that space, taking that space up? Are you going to be that person, or are you going to move on and ascend into the higher realm of existence and work with the others that are light workers? Yeah, we all have disagreements, but at the end of the day, when we work together, we can create the best thing ever. So if anybody has anything spiritual to say about their rebirth, their awakening, please hit the guest box and we'll try to bring you up, because I can't go down there and pick it up because people, TikTok's like that. If you want to like and share, please do so. If you want to donate to TikTok and me, that's cool too. And if you want to donate out of TikTok, I have my Cash App in my bio, and all the proceeds to what I get from my donations goes to making videos and hopefully starting a podcast and Reiki healing teaching books, because I just want to better myself to help humanity, and that is what I want to do. I want to start to be able to use my energy for healing, because I am a healer and I want to heal people, but I want to learn the
Yes,
right way.
yes, you are a healer.
And so that's where my donations go to, if anybody asks. Yes, I plan on doing a podcast, but we'll see where that goes, because I'm not sure on how long the TikTok is going to last. I might even have to switch over to YouTube. Even so, I'll broaden my horizons, because some people don't know that I might even wander into Facebook and YouTube, because I'm working on a system now where I'll be able to be on TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook at the same time, spreading my message out. And that is what I plan to do, is
Amen.
spreading this out. Not just so certain people, so everybody could hear it. And it's not because I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be known. I want to be the one that helps people ascend to where they are. This isn't about money. It's not about being famous. It's about the acknowledgement of me helping people and making them ascend
Amen.
and to learn. Because each one of you are beautiful. Well, that's why I have Facebook, and I've talked to a lot of people on Facebook, and people add me there, and I have my private consultations with many people. It's almost like I gotta have to buy an appointment book, because I help so many people off Facebook. So, yeah. And a lot of people don't come on TikTok, or they only stay for a couple minutes. But I do have appointments, basically, with certain people. I have to contact them every day. So I do eventually scan TikTok when I'm on and see if anybody left me messages there. But most of the time, I'm in private sessions helping certain people with questions they have about ascending or spirituality stuff. And that is why I do it the way I do it.
Apparently, if it goes down, I believe it's supposed to be in like 3 days. I believe it was the 8th. I
Yeah.
saw that on TikTok, and I actually forwarded it.
Yeah, they say TikTok is going to be going down on the 8th, and they said that,
Yeah, it's supposed
uh,
to be banned in the USA, but what problem I have with that, the issue that I have is why is our government saying that we have to buy the mother load to TikTok, and if they don't sell it, then we can't use TikTok? Isn't that taking away our amendment? Isn't that taking away our rights?
it is. It's all
I mean,
about
what the
control
heck?
and it's all about control, like religion and certain different people.
Oh yeah,
It's all about control and controlling the narrative. If they can
yeah.
control the narrative, then they can shut people down. And it doesn't matter if you're a light worker; they don't care. It's all because they have an agenda. Certain people, even some of these light workers, have an agenda, which is not very good.
Well,
But
TikTok is the world's largest platform, and
yes,
you have everybody coming on TikTok.
mm-hmm.
Everybody's. This is where the truth is at. I mean,
Yeah,
it's worldwide.
yeah.
It's global. You have everybody from everywhere, and people are telling the truth. And I know that that scares the government, because secrets are coming out.
Exactly, because also, if you've noticed that since somebody had tried to get inside the office, um, I don't know if anybody's noticed it. Ever since that one woman has tried to get inside the office, there's been a lot more people selling stuff on TikTok.
She's the harlot.
And if they're selling that stuff on TikTok, they're going to say that the people that are on here are going to go, well, you can't do that because you're hurting businesses, in which they are. Not only are they hurting their freedom of speech, they're hurting businesses too, because a lot of people make their money on this, buying and selling items and stuff like that. And it also, it keeps people informed about the world and about spiritual things too. So it's all one big truth thing, and they don't like it. And they said if the guy who owns it, which really don't reside inside China at all, they said if he doesn't sell it, then they're going to take it over by the 8th. And you got a lot of people raising money to try to buy it from this man. It's because, like you say, it's about controlling the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only site they can't control. They can control, and that's why they're trying to do control, because if you talk about spiritual things on here, or you talk about certain who you're voting for, what do? They mute your comments. Because
Right.
I've posted several spiritual comments, but they've not been seen by others. So again, that's a form of control. They're trying to control it. Just imagine what happens when they take full control of this. It's going to be a hell, because people are going to be trying to talk and the comments are not going to get through. And that's what they're doing now. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse if the government gets their hands on it. Because, they also, it's about the money too, because when people are selling those products on here, they want to get that tax money. But they're not getting it now, but they will. That's another thing. It's all about the money. And control the narrative. Because they're seeing that people, when they buy these gifts, who's getting 70% of the money? TikTok. They want to be the TikTok owners so they can get that money. Hello, welcome Jennifer. Welcome to my birthday live. We're talking about spiritual rebirth and spiritual awakening. If you want to come up in the box and chat, please do so. Thank you. I'm honored that you came here. If people want to donate to me in TikTok, please, do the gift thing. But if you don't want to donate to TikTok, you can donate to my Cash App. But I'm here mostly for you all. This live is about you all. And I want to hear your stories about awakening. So if anybody, I don't care who you are, wants to come up and hit the guest, I'll bring you up in a box and we can have a discussion like normal human beings with a spiritual love and kindness for each other. Even though I have the watchers from the outside, I know you're there. I don't care if you come in or not. But it's all about the spiritual awareness that, I want to share with all of you. I want to guide you down the path you need to be on. Thank you for the like and shares. I'm honored. And it looks like people are leaving, which is fine. As long as I'm reaching one person, it doesn't matter to me. I have no shame. I don't mind at all.
I can only see Trina, but she's still here.
Well, Trina, Brand, and Jennifer, and you are here, so it's 4 people in here. But it's saying 3. And there's a bunch of people looking in the outside, which I already know. Because, hi Diane. Hi, you're here too. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people on the outside and they hear that message and then they come out with 6, 8, 10 videos after I, did my live. It's pretty ironic actually, but whatever. If you want to do it like that, hey, if I inspired you to make 6 posts and talk about things, hey, I'm happy I did that. Hey, it's all gravy to me. I'm here to help everybody. Hello, Bran. Welcome. Glad to be here. Glad you're here. And if anybody wants to come up in the box, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. You can express your love by me, my TikTok here, or donating to my Cash App. But it's all about, you guys, I want to know you guys' stories. I want to know how spirituality changed you all. And then if y'all want to know about my past lives, I've got them on my YouTube channel. It's called Brim Kuno. They're posted on there. So even if you onlookers from the outside want to know what I've been talking about, please refer to my YouTube channel and review my past lives. And maybe it'll inspire you and bring you to a higher level of where you need to be. Might inspire you to post a video to help others out here that are looking for that help, that love and compassion, that family that they can call brother or sister, that will always be there for them no matter what, through the sick, through the sin. You don't want to throw around that word brother or sister lightly. I take it seriously. When you say that, that means you'll always be there for that person. And I see an Azurite king show up. Whereas I've already seen an Anouk come in and out, probably watching from the outside. I've seen a Dorinda. I've seen them all show up. I don't care. If they want to come up, hey, hit that guest request, come up. We'll have a big old party. I don't care.
Hi, Brim.
Hello, Diane, and welcome, welcome, welcome to the live. It
Thank
is
you.
such a happy time to be here with you.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I want to ask you a question. I've been told my crown chakra is blocked. Can you tell me how to open it back up?
Well, I would have to look up something real fast because I'm not really pertaining to that yet. I'm working on that. Let me look inside one of my pamphlets I wrote down. I wrote down a bunch of stuff. What you want to do is you want to have some meditation and find that calm place within inside of you. Maybe when you're sleeping, or just about when you're going to sleep. Say you want to go to your calm place and you want to focus on your connection to the divine and your higher self. You want to connect with that. So you want to look deeper within yourself to find that ability to break it yourself, and it will shatter it. And all of the chakras are affiliated with that one. That is basically the origin where they all start. And you have to have that. You want to feel that balance within the intelligence, your thoughtness, your spiritual willingness, and your connection with maybe Bigfoot. Because you have that connection with Bigfoot, maybe that is part that will help you release that chakra and open up your mind to the more things that are out there. So if you have too much energy flowing through your crown chakra, it can also cause confusion, and you might have a difficulty focusing on different aspects of your life. And for that purpose, you're going to feel isolation and depression.
Right.
And there's, if you look on my, some of my videos that are out, it tells you how to set your intent, and it tells you the mantras to do to open up that chakra, and it tells you how to release the edrosine inside of your third eye to open it up more. And you don't want to feel the tension. You want to feel a calmness and serenity that's within yourself. So my advice would probably most likely be, you want to go within yourself, find a quiet place, and do some meditation, because meditation is the key to all of opening up your abilities, looking within yourself, opening up that crown chakra. It's all about that. And once you do that, you will have, and you'll realize that you're now open and more acceptable to more things coming in and out. Does that resonate with you?
It does, and I appreciate your words.
You're very welcome. And that's how how you should do that. But you can feel free to look up on Google or look at my my past videos that shows how to do that.
Well, I'll definitely do that.
No problem.
Heather, I sent you a message the other day that I enjoyed visiting with you. I don't know if you got it or not.
She's working right now, so she can hear, but she can't speak. Only,
Okay.
yeah. And yeah, and from what's just sitting here now, you don't have a problem with, you don't have much problems with any of the other chakras. I think that it's your mind, your crown chakra that's, like you said, it's blocked. And I would refer to actually sitting outside when it's cool and connect with Mother Gaia. Probably go outside with your shoes off and maybe dig your hands and feet into the dirt and feel the vibrations and feel
Right.
the energy going through you. That will clean up all of that negative energy. And basically, when you set that intent, you manifest it and you manifest that to go away. And it will
Right.
open up that chakra. When you realize you have that problem, the way to do that problem is to heal yourself. And the only way us as spatial beings being in a human body is to resonate from where the planet of the human body came from, which is Earth. So, within saying that, that connection to Mother Earth is there. It will flow through you. You kind of want to have it, it'll travel through you. If you put one hand in, it'll go through you, but not as well. That's why I have always wanted to put both feet on the ground or put both hands into the soil, because I want to feel the vibrations flow through me.
Right.
And sometimes people have different feelings. Some might hear the vibrations or feel the vibrations or smell the vibrations. It's all part of who you are and how you perceive that energy that comes through you. And to take out that negative energy, again, that energy is an energy that you want to get rid of. You don't take it back into you. You send it to the source where it came from, because source only knows yes or no. It doesn't know a maybe. And all of the pain and sufferings that happen in this world are there for you to learn and to be a better person, to raise your vibration to the where you're supposed to be. Because at the end of the day, you're a divine being in that human body. You just
Right.
gotta come back and remember who you are by communing with more of Gaia. Like
Well,
I said, you
don't
don't.
you don't you believe that all of us that are coming together now have been together many times?
Yes, I know that I've had many last lives with certain individuals, and I know they're listening. I've had past lives with certain individuals, and it's like a cycle, it's like a wheel. It's going to keep
Right.
on coming around until it breaks. In order for us to break the wheel, we have to push out all that negative energy and be who we are and break that wheel. To break that wheel, you must realize who you are, and what you're meant to be. And where you get that power, it's all about you. You have
Right.
that power. You are the 369. Because for the human body to work, you need 9 parts. 3 separate parts you need. Henceforth, you're 369. And that, within doing all that, you be the perfect being you're meant to be. And you are that perfect being. Do you choose to open that eye and look at different perceptions, or in how you perceive things? Or is some people going to be shallow and look at one point of view and not look at everything around you? Because everything around you has the answer. You don't need to look to the stars for the answers. The answers are on Earth. They've always been here. That's why when you walk down the street, you got to open your eyes and look around and say, wow, I could feel. Look at Mother Nature. Look at the air. Feel the air. Some people can see air and the particles in the air, and it's really trippy actually. But yes, when you're one with the universe and the planet, you will become the greatest being ever.
Right. And I feel like I'm one.
You are. You are a beautiful being. You're just on the process like each one of us. We are growing and learning. And with every moment of us growing and learning pushes up and changes our vibration. It changes our frequencies.
Right.
And you know, you might leave this school here. You might go to another planet, which is another school. You never know. Your job might be done, and you might go to another school. It doesn't matter what freaking planet you're from. It matters what school you went to and how you learned in that school, and what you learned in that school will make you the better person that you are. And like I said earlier, that when you came here to Earth, that your past lives are part of you, and you're only allowed certain lives for you to grow. Sometimes it'll show you some of them bad past lives to push you down a path. Someone get rid of this guy. I'm not doing no tarot reading. I'm not up for that. I'm not doing tarot readings. And you can go ahead and try your little curse, because your curse means nothing to me. Anyway, and I don't allow that negative energy coming into my space. So if you would, you please exit. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Maybe you can come back. Well, oh shoot, he's blocked. Well, yeah. But yeah, it's all about me telling you and helping you and guiding you for the love and the light, not for money, not for anything else, notoriety, famous. I don't care. I know that I'm doing good, and I know that you're going to do good, and I know when you leave, you talk to people spiritually. I know you do. You talk to your family, right?
Right.
Yes, and you tell them about that spirituality. And when you talk about them, you're passing that message along. You're doing that ripple effect. Just if one person hears that message that comes out of my lips, then that's good. I inspired you to do the same. I'm really thoroughly happy that I inspired every single one of you to be the greater being that you are.
Right. You know, I've always had a feeling that I could heal.
We all can heal. We just heal in different ways.
Right.
We're all healers because we're light.
Yes.
We're all healers. It's just how good can you heal and how much that energy goes through you. I sense some powerful energy coursing through my veins tonight. Well, thank you for coming in. Maybe it's time for you to okay. Hello, honey. How are you? I'm a little bit confused. Why? What happened here? What happened? I sensed some powerful coursing through my veins tonight. Did I miss this comment? Was it inappropriate? Oh, hello, honey. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. Like you said, I have eyes on the outside and I know they're here, so I don't care. But I'm glad that you came in. If you want to come up in the box and share about your spiritual awakening and rebirth, please come up in the box here and we can discuss that. The more the merrier. And thank you for coming to my birthday live. It's not just about my birthday, it's about all your birthdays and how we all were reborn into the spiritualness of being awakened. So it's not just for me, it's about all of you.
Hi, everybody coming in. Sending love and light to all. Hi, Miss Diane. It's lovely to see you up in the box. And
Hi, Heather.
I did hear your comment earlier, and no, I did not see your message. I have like probably over 1,000 people there, and people that I talk to on a regular basis, I kind of pin to the top. I will go and look for your message.
Well, I think TikTok has deleted it now.
Oh, okay. Aw.
But anyway, I just sent you a message saying I enjoyed visiting with you.
Aw, you're precious.
Well, thanks.
Absolutely precious. I had a very nice time as well.
Hi, Miss Honey.
Hello, Miss Honey. That's wonderful that you were able to heal like that, JS. That tells me that you have that energy of healing. You should probably look into doing more healing. A lot of people like the Reiki, and you probably want to look into more of the. If you want to do more healing, look into chakras, because a lot of the chakras have a lot to do with healing.
Mm-hmm.
So you might want to look that up. That'll help you with your healing of certain individuals and certain people, because everybody has a illness or something. So you might want to look into that, and you'll get different perspectives of healing and where to heal and stuff like that. That's wonderful. I'm glad that you're healing people. Everybody needs help, and I'm glad you're there to help those individuals that need that healing. It's much honored that you're here to share that with us. And I know Jennifer's a healer. She heals people, and she's a chiropractor, I think. And she heals people every day with back pains and all kinds of pains. Sometimes I need my neck pushed back into place. And we're all healed just in different ways. And that's what makes us unique. Well, many blessings to you, and I hope you safe travels to Gaza. I hope your healing helps them over there to further what they need to do in their course of life. No matter if it's good or bad, we all have a destiny to fulfill. Even though we have bad people on here, they still have a purpose.
Well, there's got to be bad with the good.
Yes, and we all need that balance.
Right.
And like Tony just said, sometimes our presence are just the healing itself.
Absolutely.
Just being within the light of an individual can heal you.
I know Honey's that way for me. I always feel calmer whenever she's around.
And and to be honest, the one person that heals me the most that was healing me the most when I went through that troubled time was Gabby.
Oh, Gabby is wonderful.
Gabby was the one that gave me the most of the healing that I needed. She hit all the targets I needed to be stronger in. And if it wasn't for her saving my life that day, I wouldn't be here to share this love and light with all of you.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Gabby. She is just a beautiful soul.
Yes, there's a lot of us that are beautiful souls. She has a beautiful, wonderful soul. And it's a shame that people were judging when they weren't supposed to. Because as light workers, we're not supposed to judge at all. Because we're all supposed to just help each other. And and the problem is, here's a key thing too. If you're around that negative energy and you feel that negative energy, perhaps it's you mirroring it back, and maybe that it's you that's having that projection of negative energy that you all need to heal from, because that is what you're called for, to get rid of that darkness, to get rid of that negative energy. If you can't be around it and you're feeling and it's a problem for you, then you have a problem. You need to heal. You need to get stronger, because it's only going to get worse. If you can't have somebody near you that has that negative energy, you need to get stronger. You need to be that beacon. You need to be that light. If you claim to be a leader or a healer or whatever, you need to be that. Not just for one group of people, for all groups. All groups of people. All darkness, light. Because you need that balance, and that's how you get that balance. And that power is inside of you, yes. It always is. That's what makes you a better person. One second, please. And like I said before, that storm is coming. And this storm right here, I'm not going to let that storm bother me. Because like I'm a Virgo, I'm a dragon. I live in the chaos. And that chaos that I live in, I find serenity. I am the eye of the chaos. The eye of peace and tranquility. Should I go out and cause chaos? I could. But no, I am going to be that light, that beacon that pulls everybody in to help them be who they are. I am that peace and serenity, and that's what I want to be for each one of you. There is a storm coming. What part are you going to stop and save yourself within that storm? Are you going to let that storm sweep you away? Or are you going to find that calmness within the storm and light that beacon so you can be found? So you can join the rest of the people that are looking for you within that storm. Hello, welcome to the live. Oh. I'm gonna have to charge my phone. Hold on. Let me find one of my wires here. I have so many. 1 minute, please. Hopefully that works. There we go. So if anybody has anything to say about their spiritual awakeness, or want to come up and share anything spiritual, be my guest. Come up and hit this box, and we'll come up and send you up in this box, and we'll listen to you. If you have negative things to say, or you want to be a troll, please exit yourself by sliding your finger up or down. But if you want to hear the message, then listen. If you want to be negative, please exit yourself out. Door right. But if you want to come up and share, hey, I'd love to hear your story of how you became spiritual. You can talk about your paranormal. You can talk about anything you like, just as long as it's not negative and it's not about politics. And I see I have two guests up in the box now. One's working and the other one's silent. So if anybody else wants to come up here and join in this live, be my guest.
I enjoy listening.
Oh, thank you. If you want to donate, please do it. I have some finger happy snappy things up there. If you want to donate to me here, please hit me in the Cash App. That's great. And all my donations are going to go to me starting a podcast on YouTube, TikTok, probably a couple other places, and that's what it's going to be for. The better videos, the better the life for you. Because for me, it's all about you. Each one of you that needs that life, that safe space, and wants to feel it, come in, and that's what this is for each one of you. If you feel you don't belong in this safe space, you can leave. And it's no hard feelings. It's what resonates with you. If it resonates with you, please stay. Be my guest. Share. Do you have any other questions, Miss Diane?
None that I can think of, sweetie. I appreciate it.
Anything you want to share with anybody in the live?
Well, I was thinking about that. I've had several experiences throughout my life, and one that stands out to me in a big way was I had a son that was 3 months old, and one night someone kept calling my name, and I turned over, and there was a woman in a blue dress, beautiful, beautiful woman, standing in the corner. And I was too scared to say anything, and she didn't say anything. But 3 days later, my son was a victim of SIDS. And I've always believed that she was there to let me know that he was okay, that it's just part of it. And I couldn't understand for a long time, but Now I do. And I believe she was an angel there to just let me know he was going to be fine.
It was a tall white.
Do you think?
It was. It was a tall white, and that's why she went down there to help you understand it better, and that he was going to be all right, and don't have that fear because you can work through it, and that is why she was there. She was giving you that love and support that you needed because you felt at that time that all was lost, and you were thinking that something bad was going to happen. She was only there to reassure you that everything's going to be okay, that your love and your light with him is going to grow inside of him, and he's going to become a stronger person.
Well, you know, they had always told me I could never have children again. And then a few years later, I had my daughter, and then I had another son. And it was always, I mean, my children are just beautiful children.
You know,
I've never forgotten him.
you're never alone, Diane. They're always there.
Yeah.
You have a companion that's around you. He's a tall white. Actually, you have two. You have two. You have two. You have two tall whites that are there to help you.
Can you tell their names?
Mm-mm. But I do know what they look like. They both got long hair. Um, the male, tall white, they both have pale skin, but the difference between them both is one's a male and female, of course, but they're also their garments they're wearing, because the one that the female's wearing, she's wearing a white garment with gold trimming, and he's wearing kind of like a how do I call it? You ever seen like those kings where they would have like those tailor coats with the long backs?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that, and he's wearing boots and pants.
Huh.
It has gold on it, and they're from the celestial. I said in yeah. They're from the celestial council.
Okay.
Because a lot of the celestial council does the healings.
Well, you know, I've always believed I was Palladian.
Yes, you do have them too, but at that point, for him, the Palladians, the tall whites are going to him. They're specifically there for him. Now the Palladians are there for you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Along as the Bigfoot too.
Right.
The two Bigfoots.
There's two?
Yes.
Well,
But
that makes
this Bigfoot near you right now this just came in that there's a family out there, and they visit you because they want to learn how humans work. So they're there watching you and learning from you. You're teaching them how to be human.
right. Well, I know there's one family, they have a small child,
Mm-hmm.
and where I'm at now, I have heard them several times. So I know they're around me.
They like, I can tell you what they like. I'm hearing it now and it's funny. They like baby Ruths and apples. I don't know why, but I'm hearing baby Ruths and apples. Not the Macintosh apples, not the delicious ones, but the bigger ones. They like those.
Well, I'll be.
As for drink, they like soda.
Do they?
Yes,
Huh.
but mostly they're very health conscious. They don't drink it all the time. They like water, but every being has a sweet tooth, and they basically love those two things. And I could see the faces of them. The child is probably about waist high. Yes, he's waist high.
Right.
The mother is just a little bit shorter than the male, because the male Bigfoot is probably hold on, 8 foot tall, and the female is maybe about 7'1". Does that resonate with you? Because that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it does. I've seen the little one several times, and I've seen the bigger ones behind trees.
He's very curious about you.
Yeah.
He looks at you as not a babysitter, like a mom.
Right.
He's learning from you. He's watching you and learning. That's why they're hiding behind the trees and letting him see how he connects with you.
Well, I know that they know that I know they're there.
Yeah. They want to make it known that they're there and they're there to protect you.
Right.
But they're also there to learn.
Well, there's nothing I fear about them, so.
No, they're very.
Yeah, nothing to fear.
Yeah, they're not. They're not there for negative thoughts at all. They're there for learning. They want to learn from you. There's some lesson that they want to learn.
And I feel that.
Yes. And hold on. It's they want to learn communication from you.
Okay, that makes sense.
They want to learn the communication. How do you communicate with other people? And that's what the child wants to learn, communication from you. And he likes that, and your calmness and that peaceful tranquility that you have inspires the parents to let him learn from you.
Right. Well, yeah, because he's come very close before.
Mm.
And I've been surprised. Because literally within 6 feet.
Do you have a wooden porch in the back of your house?
Do I have what?
A wooden porch on the back of your house.
I do.
That's where he likes going.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Because, see, I sit there a lot.
And you smoke?
Yeah.
White cigarettes?
Yeah.
And a Virginia Slims?
No, but Marlboros.
Yeah, they look kind of long. It's very hard to decipher what one, but I see you smoking like a white filter.
It's, yeah, Marlboro Light 100s.
Yeah. And they're watching you and they're curious on why you're doing that.
Yeah. That makes sense. And see, my dog has seen them before. And he's not scared of them, but he's uneasy. He doesn't like them getting close to me.
Yes, when they come close to you, you smell a wet dog.
They what?
They smell like a wet dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, like a skunk.
Yeah. And their cave, their home, wherever cave they're at, they are very close to you, within a mile.
Right. That makes sense.
And the reason, and I can tell you how they found you. They sensed your energy, your light, and your vibration. They found it soothing. That's how they found you.
All right. Because when I lived up here before, I had one that tracked me a lot. And that's about 10 miles from where I live now. So I was surprised when I moved it back that so quickly they came again.
So, honey, do you want to come up or you're still eating? I'll invite honey, see if she wants to come up.
There she is.
I had to turn my headphone off because you never can hear me with my headphones on.
Well, hi, sweet girl.
Hello, Diane. I'm so happy to see you.
Oh,
I'm
me too.
I'm so happy you have your Bigfoot because I've been told that they will be communicating with me at some point.
Oh, well,
And I'm looking forward to it. That's not something that I would have ever expected for me, but I'm really looking forward to it. And the
they've got
last
a beautiful energy.
The last several months, I've been seeing their faces in my meditations.
Ah,
They have such beautiful eyes. They really
yes,
do.
they do.
So I'm hoping that's true. I have not had communication other than seeing their faces, and it could be that I see their faces because I want to so bad, but you don't know. I don't know. I
Well,
don't live in the country though, so I'm wondering how that. I mean, I live really close to a wooded creek, but it's not somewhere that I go stay. It's just here in my neighborhood.
see,
I'm
I
getting
live in the city, but I have woods on the front of me.
Oh, okay.
So they can come just about anywhere.
Well, I keep going and sitting in front of my pond, hoping maybe they'll show up over there on the back side of my yard, because it's a little more. I have a pond that we dug and put in, and I wanted it to look very natural. So
Uh,
we don't have it very manicured. There's a lot of vegetation over there, a lot of, ivies and hanging things off the trees and stuff. And so I'm hoping that maybe they like it there.
I bet they do.
So I go hang out over there and try to see if maybe they'll come see me there. I hope so.
Once they feel your energy, of course.
Yeah.
Yours? I'm getting that yours are there, but they have a house in the trees.
They have what?
They have a house in the trees.
Oh.
And they're very skittish because there's a lot of houses around, and they're afraid to be seen. And you'll get a lot of movement at night.
Night owl. So I do stay in my backyard a lot. I don't like to stay in the house.
Is there a big?
And I go sit over there by the pond where it's a little more woodsy looking over there. And then there's a fence, and then there's our front yard, the street, some houses, and then a very wooded creek area over there.
Is there a tree in your backyard?
Yeah, I have several big trees.
There's a big tree, but the big branches start closer to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
they like that tree. They always
Oh,
follow that tree. I don't know what. I see this tree. It's maybe like 2 or 3 feet up. It starts having big thick branches come out.
yes.
That
I have.
tree. That's the tree they go to.
You know, that's the tree that when I'm laying in the pool on the other side of my backyard, I'm looking up into the branches of that tree, and that's how I meditate, is looking through those branches. I can see the sun through those branches, and I see a lot of weird things in the leaves of the tree as they wave, you know.
And that is, you know why?
Why?
They're using their cloaking. They do have a cloaking, and when the light hits a certain way and the leaves move a certain way, that's how you see their faces.
Okay.
They
I've been
do have
looking
cloaking.
and I haven't been able to, I have really been trying to look without looking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do the gaze thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping and praying that I see them. I want
You
to.
will. You will. They're different colors, honey. A lot of people say they're only black or whatever, but they're red and they're reddish brown and they're black. And then I've seen a lighter colored one.
Yeah.
That's what I see in my meditation is the lighter colored face, kind of a
Right.
blondish red color.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying. You guys' Bigfoots are separate, are different. Hers are more of the woodsy forest ones. Yours are more of the
Urban.
suburban. I would call them suburban.
Yeah.
They're more of the friendly ones. They're very friendly and they like to play jokes.
So it's probably them throwing things and not the squirrels.
Yeah, they like and they're trying to be funny. They like pranks. They like pranking you.
I have noticed that around my pond. I always thought it was the squirrels throwing pecans at me, but maybe not.
No, it's them. They're trying to get your attention because they want you to be in a higher vibration so you can see them, and that's what they're waiting on.
I'm trying, Brim. I really am trying.
You're almost there.
I want it, and I know what I need to do to get it. It's just, I'm lazy. I'm lazy about my eating. I'm lazy about exercising like I should. I'm just lazy.
You're not lazy. You're just procrastinating.
Well, that too.
And
And Diane, I need to quit smoking too.
I know it's a horrible habit,
My,
but
my grandkids stay on me constantly about it.
yeah, mine too. But honey, you'll see sometimes a little shimmering.
Yes, I see that in the leaves.
All right, that's them cloaking.
Oh, so I should focus in on that?
yes.
Yeah, because that's them. It's just they're cloaking.
Okay.
Once they finally feel secure with you, they'll drop that.
Yeah.
Well, because I try really hard not to focus. I try to do the unfocused gaze
Yeah.
so I can see, but maybe I should focus.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're saying
Yeah.
like, I'm hearing a voice, and it sounds really grisly, and it's saying that they want to be seen. You need to focus your sight. I keep seeing eyes. They're saying focus your sight on them. Don't try to shy away from it and look from a side eye, because they want you to see them head on, and that will in turn reveal when you're laying in the pool relaxing, you can see them too. And
Yeah.
that flow is really allowing you to do that. And then they want you to know they're there, and they are there, and they've always been there. And you're saying that it's your eyes. Focus with your eyes.
Okay. Is that maybe why they keep in my meditation? Is that why I see just their face and eyes?
Yes.
They're because their eyes they come up really close to my face in my meditation,
Yes.
and all I can see is like a part of their face, but their eyes. I see their eyes.
They want you to focus on that.
Okay.
Once you do focus on that, the whole face will come into play, and then that cloaking that they have will dissipate, and you'll see them. But other people still won't, but you will.
Okay.
Kind of like Diane. She sees them is because her sight was elevated to that level. Now it's you to elevate your eyes to that level of seeing them.
Okay. I will definitely work on that. I will.
I'll tell you, they're very protective.
For you, unlike Diane, Diane would have to, touch the ground and, dig her hands and feet into the soil and
Yeah.
communicate better in meditation. But for you, I'm getting lake water.
Okay.
Water is
Maybe my pond.
maybe it's a small pond,
Yes.
and maybe it's putting your feet in the pond and leaning back and have that calmness and feel the water, and that'll send you into that place you need to be at.
Well, when we first saw this house like 27 years ago, when I walked in, I knew immediately that it was going to be our house. And my backyard has been my oasis, my safe haven. And it's full of gardens. I have gardens all around my house. We sit on a corner lot, and it's a very large corner lot. So my backyard is enormous. And I have a ton of gardens, and we put the pond in the very corner at the kind of the front of our backyard, where the fence before you get to the front yard is.
Yeah.
And it's right outside our bedroom window. We have a door that goes outside from our bedroom to the pond. And that's the reason we put it there, is so I could just walk out my bedroom into the pond. And I spend a lot of time there.
They really like your gardens.
I really like my gardens too. I never wanted to leave my house. I always had so much difficulty leaving my house just to go somewhere else. I just want to stay in my yard.
But like I said, there's a tree.
Yeah.
That tree is their focus point. They keep saying the tree is important.
I have several, but I think I know which one you're talking about. I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about.
It's close to the pool.
Yes. And It's really big, and then there's like 3 others that are close by, not as big. And then I have several other trees, and then there's a big tree just to the side of the pond. In fact, we made the pond around that tree because we didn't want to take it out.
This is a big tree and it's got branches near the bottom.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, Greg keeps cutting them off though. But
The fairies don't like that.
I know that. In fact, the last time one fell on his head and I started laughing because I felt like that was probably on purpose.
Yeah, it's funny when you said cut the tree, I could hear a pig go, we don't like that.
Right. Right. But I like to sit out here and listen to the waterfall.
Yeah.
And it's a very and there's lots of gardens out here around the pond.
You've got a lot of fairy there too. You've got a lot of fairies.
I have a fairy garden right to the other side of the pond, and they move things around a little bit.
You also have, it's funny, you've got gnomes.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I'll have to look for them.
But I'm feeling right now that there's fairies and gnomes in your garden.
Okay.
You got the Bigfoots roaming around.
That makes me very happy.
I don't say gnomes, the dwarfs, or any of them other fays, but no, those are the ones that are sticking out right now. But gnomes is really powerful.
They're very protective too, aren't they?
The gnomes, yes.
Yeah. I feel that. I feel that when I come here, when I come outside, I feel them. I'm over here now so you can feel them better.
The gnomes like the water.
Yeah. They keep my fish safe. They don't let the raccoons fish in my pond.
You have quite a family of gnomes over there.
Really?
Yeah, you have quite the family.
Well, what should I leave for them, Brim?
They like shiny things.
They like what?
Shiny. They're wearing a gold out. They're wearing like a yellow outfit. So I think that I'm feeling that they like shiny objects.
So that's why all my shiny things disappear.
Maybe they like shiny things.
Okay. Because I put things out over here and they disappear.
The gnomes like the shiny things.
Okay. I'll put more shiny things out for them to have. Huh. That's pretty cool.
Sometimes, if the gnomes don't take it, the fairies do.
Yeah.
You've got the fairies over there like to make things.
That's cool, honey.
Okay. Well, I will leave things out for I leave shiny crystals and marbles. And like those rocks you can get at the dollar store, you buy them in a net bag. I get a lot of those and leave them out, just toss them around. And they just disappear. You know what I mean?
They'll bring you things too.
I have found several crystals in my yard that were actual real crystals, not just rocks.
And what they're doing is they're taking some of the objects that you give them. They're kind of doing it like a trade and barter with you. It's
Okay.
Kind of with you leave them items, and then they're going and finding items for you that'll help you.
I put a lot of herbs over here too, because I think maybe they would like them. I don't know. I use them in my cooking, but this is where I plant them. is over here.
Yeah.
The mints and the herbs and, you know, the things I use in cooking. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to know that. I have all my fairy lights on. My solar fairy lights are all on over here. Do they like the lights?
Yes.
Okay, tell them I'll put some more, or I'll tell them.
I see a green fairy, and she's kind of cute, and she winks when you said the fairy lights.
Because I've been wondering about it a lot. And you know, Brim, you hear people tell you things and you wonder about it, you know, if what they're telling you is. So I trust you.
Like Dr. Fiction, huh?
Yeah. Well, I trust you, and so I believe you, and that makes me happy.
I'm just giving you the message I'm getting from them.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll work out here tomorrow and leave them some. I have some new rocks I bought, and I haven't put them out yet. I've had a headache like several days now, and I haven't been wanting to bend over a lot, so.
Clear quartz.
Some clear quartz?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got lots of that. I don't know. I've just had a headache for several days.
Because I'm seeing a piece of clear quartz.
Okay. And then I'll get all my quartz out and.
About 2 inches long.
Okay. Yes. Yes, you're seeing my quartz in here by my altar.
It's about maybe 2.5 inches long, and that's so important for healing.
Yes, I just picked it up. I know what you're seeing, and I have my Pleiadian star seed as well right here. I've been trying to meditate with that to see if it would help.
And honey, you know, I've been told that if you would put your quartz in water at night,
and
then the next morning when you take it out, you drink that water, and that will help.
That's what I have heard that too. Who was that, Brim, that told us that? What's his name that was on here the other night? Kaleem now, he is. I can't, he changes his name like he changes his underwear. I can't keep up with him.
I knew you were going to say that.
I can't, until I hear his voice, I'm not sure who he is because he changes his name so often.
Right.
Hi, honey.
Hello.
How are you, beautiful?
I'm doing very well, actually. Thank you. We've been traveling all year. He retired. His last day of work was right before New Year's. And he's just been on a mission. The day
awesome.
We spent the whole month in Utah in March.
Wow.
Then we've just been going and going and going, and we just got back. We rented a bed and breakfast in Mason in the hill country. And we found one big enough for all of our children and grandchildren, and we all just went and spent 4 days together.
Beautiful.
And
beautiful.
The hill country is so gorgeous. It
is beautiful.
You made a lot of memories.
We are making lots of good memories. I made him travel anyway before we retired because as a nurse, I saw too many instances where people waited and then it was too late. And so I always told him from the time we were young, I said, I don't care. I mean, we can save 10%, but the rest is going on making memories, taking our kids places and going and doing. And because if you wait till you retire, you don't ever know.
Well, and also a lot of people, fully, wholeheartedly believe that you're giving a longevity of life, and God never promised that. At any time you can go. That's why you always want to be in the here and now moment.
Yes. And I just couldn't count the times when people would work and work and work and save and save and save. And then one of them or both of them would either have ill health or one would be gone. And then your opportunity is gone with that. So I tell him our kids can make their own inheritance. We're spending ours.
There you go.
We're spending all of it. We're traveling.
What did y'all go by? Skinwalker Ranch?
We did this. We have a couple of times, as a matter of fact. We've been to Sedona twice now because I made him go back. And we like the Arizona, New Mexico area, and we're going to Colorado next year hiking. He gets us into these state parks that you have to make the reservations a whole year in advance. And
when you go to Colorado, make sure that you go and see the Garden of the Gods.
yes, because we've been to Colorado several times and not been there. And so we talked about that.
My father and I just got back from Sedona a few months ago.
We were there the 1st of August. That was we went like our anniversary. Our anniversary is on the 21st, so we made that our anniversary trip. And then we came home in time to rest up a little bit before we went to Mason.
Did you see the cross on the mountain
In Sedona?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we went there.
Yeah, that's where we went to.
Yeah, both times we went there. Yeah. But I will, you know what? The most amazing one we saw was in the Dominican, where they have it on a mountain and you have to use a cable car to get there. And it's a huge cathedral with a cross up in the sky. And a lot of people use it for photos. You can get the circle of the cross in your photos.
Yeah.
That was a pretty
Wow.
that was a pretty amazing place. But yeah, Sedona, both times we went to the cross, and we went to the prayer wheels and the vortexes. We just hike. He likes to hike, so he's always trying to make me get out there and hike.
When I went to California, I went to the mountain, Mount Shasta. I went up there for a couple hours, and then before that, I went, years ago, I went to Stonehenge. Those are the only two really cool places that I've been to.
I want to go to Shasta. We went to Yosemite, and that was really very magical in Yosemite.
I like the waterfalls, though. The waterfalls near Mount Shasta was beautiful.
Yeah.
I saw beautiful things from that area.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, the waterfalls in Yosemite were that way too. They're huge.
Yeah.
Huge. And then the redwoods. We were in the redwood, the big forest. Those trees are, yeah, it's just a spiritual feeling. You know, they're so old. I really felt sad for the trees that they cut the holes in. You remember how they cut the tunnels in the trees
Yeah.
when they were making it touristy? That kind of made my heart sad, but you could see where the trees were trying to grow their heart back, where they had cut them.
That is breaking my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Yaya. Welcome to my live. This is my birthday live.
I
Yeah.
love
Oh,
you, y'all.
Hi,
happy
yeah. Hi,
birthday.
Hopi.
I'm sharing my birthday
Hello.
with you, my family.
Yaya's birthday is in September as well. There's so many of us that are in September.
Yeah, mine was Monday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we can party too. Hey,
You can party
Very
too.
good.
Gina's
Well,
was
Yaya, mine was last Friday.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. Well,
I
belated
saw
birthday.
that too, Diane. Yeah, we're all birthday girls and guys.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
It
Yeah.
is, actually.
Gina was Tuesday.
You have a good day, Brim?
It's been really good, you know.
I thought your birthday was the 7th.
It is, but I'm doing it early.
Oh, I see.
You're cute.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I've got a stone that I've always wanted for a while, and I finally have it. It's my Moldavite stone,
Oh,
and ever since I've got this Moldavite stone, oh my goodness, my body has been on fire. I've got a lot more energy. I feel a lot more inspired, and I didn't think a stone could change and adjust me this well.
Oh,
But this stone has like knocked me into place.
yes.
yeah. It's a
I
strong one.
have a box that I put it up in because I don't leave it laying out. It is so powerful.
Yeah, I've got several of them.
I can't afford several of them.
Well, it took me a little time, and I got a deal because the guy who I go through, he actually went on a dig, and he went to the Moldavite Museum, and when he came back, he gave all of us who are like regulars on his, like a really good deal, you know, and like first picks, and we got really good price. We just say we lucked out that day. You know what I mean? He was in a really great mood, and he shared his wealth with all of us, you know. So I kind of lucked out on a few of them, you know. But I have one that I wear daily. It's a ring, and it's a Moldavite, Herkimer diamond, and a meteorite on the ring, and it's so powerful. And I loved it. It's like my favorite thing, I think, you know.
I don't know if I could wear it, Hope. I put it next to my chair, and I'm telling you, I have a case that I put it in, and I closed the lid because it really does affect me quite a bit. But
Well, my ring one isn't that big. If it's not big, you know. My other pieces now they're put away too. Like you have a box, and they're all in their little cases put away inside the box, you know.
yes,
I'm just keeping those for later in life, basically. You know what I mean? Because they'll probably be worth quite a bit.
that's a good size
I,
one, Brim.
oh yeah, it's a good one, Brim.
That is nice.
Nice. Where did you get it from?
One of my suppliers, when I make my beads, he had one, and I'm like, oh, I want that. I don't know what it was, but he was
Did it give you a good price on it?
Yeah. And he said if I found out if it was fake or whatever, that he would refund me my money. But they gave me a authenticity with it.
Yes, I got one with mine too.
So if anybody,
Yeah, I got them with mine too.
if anybody wants to support me, I know I have to put in these ads. If anybody wants to support me, you can, support me on TikTok. Apparently, you can give me some finger hearts up here, you know. Or you could, if you don't want to support TikTok and you want to support me, you can also hit me up on the Cash App. Um, we're talking about stories today and the spiritual awakening. So even though it's my birthday, it's your birthday too. And I want us all to have a great birthday party and enjoy our rebirth and our awakenings. So,
I was gonna say happy birthday to all of you in here that's birthdays recently, you know.
Mine's
Thank you.
coming up. It won't. It's not too far away, and you share a birthday, Brim, with my dad.
oh,
I'll have the same birthday, and then I had a brother that had a birthday right after mine. My best friend was right after mine. My niece, my granddaughter. There's so many birthdays in September in my family.
see this one, right?
Yes.
What do you see in the stone?
What is that?
You can't really see it well, Brim. We can only see like to the candle. You can't really.
The red.
Oh, that's beautiful. I see a cross.
What is that? A Lamarian? Not Lamarian. Lamar. What? I can't pronounce it.
Yes.
I
Can
see.
you see anything else in that stone?
It looks like the cross on the side of your face.
Yes. But if you look closer, you can look and see my face, my body, my self-portrait right there in the stone.
It does look like a body.
Wow.
See the
Interesting.
white hair and the white beard? It's got the two eyes and the nose, and then if you look down, you see his chest, and it's got like necklaces on. And if you look towards this way a little, you can see it. It looks like he's like in the clouds.
It does. You're right.
That's cool.
And if you look above, you can see like a white. It looks like a white moon.
Yeah.
And it was funny because that day when I went to pick this out, you know when people say the stones don't call to them, but it's so funny because as soon as I got into that buyer and that seller, and I told the seller, I was like, I need a Lamar, and I don't know why. And we went through all this Lamar stuff, and then finally, I seen like this tray of the person gave up, and they sit there, and they went to another store, and they put the camera down, and I'm looking at the Lamar stones, and I'm like, it's in there, it's in there. So she went and pulled out the Lamarian stone, and finally, this was the last one. That's like, man, because she showed a bunch of them, and I'm like, nope, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. And I'm like, because they're all were really high, and I was like, I really don't want to pay more than $40 for it. So I'm like, no, 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 no. And then finally, the stone came up, and I was like, that's the stone. She picks it up, she showed the camera like I did, and I'm looking, I said, well, that's really beautiful. And Trina goes, hey, that looks like you. And then a lot of people that were in that live go, oh my God, it looks like him. And I'm like, I look closer and I'm like, holy crap, it does.
That's pretty
Fits you
special.
to a T, though, Brim. Yes, it fits you. And you know, they do call to you.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, my stone lately is Lemurian, and I love it. And it's been calling to me, and that's what I've been on a little bit of a kick of, you know. But I think we all have one that comes to us that
Different
we feel
times.
like, yes, you know. And but I think we do have certain stones that call to us more than others, you know.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with that, Hope.
This is my Lemurian stone I wear. I made it into a necklace. It's also, I can use it as a pendulum. I can use it as a wand or a hokey poke. No. but it's got like the I like the lines, and there's something about this one. And that person, when they were going through this Lemurian stones, I'm like, no, 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 wait, there it is.
Yeah, they call out to you, you know.
My
Yeah.
daughter just called me. I'm going to go call her back and then I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
Okay, love you, honey.
I love you all so much.
Ditto, baby.
We love you.
Yeah, another crystal I've been on a kick with too, which I'm getting when my first like clear one in is celestial quartz.
Okay.
Oh,
It's very high vibrational. It's for like the third eye and the pineal gland, and it helps you with the higher chakras. And it helps you like when you're meditating to connect to the spirit realm, to the angels and the beings or whatever you want to see it as,
Yeah.
yeah. Whatever you use to get you connected.
Correct. I'm very excited. I did get one in, but it's a smoky one, and I'll tell you, I can feel like this is the first time ever in my life that I touched a stone, like you said when you did with the moldavite. When I touched this stone when I got it in the mail yesterday, it took me like off balance a little bit. I had to put it down and put it away.
That's when I got mine was yesterday. I got mine yesterday, and it was weird because I felt I haven't been feeling off. I've been feeling great. I got this moldavite, and it was so weird. It's funny that I put it on. I felt my whole body tingled. I got goose pimples. My body started to heat up. I was like, "Whoa, this is crazy. This cannot be happening." And I'm very skeptical, of course. So I'm like, "No, no." And so I was like, "It's the stone doing it." I'm like, "No, it can't be." So I took this. I took it off, and I let it sit there for a minute, and it was away from me. I came back to normal. I was like, "Wait a minute." So I put it back on. It started again. Every time I took it off, you could feel a change. I was like, "Yo."
Well, remember, this it's gonna change you. It's a transformative crystal. That's what they're about. They're about change and transformation in your life.
Yeah, ever since I got this one, I have been off the hook. But
And don't be surprised after whatever needs to be transformed if you lose it or end up giving it away, because that's usually what happens with moldavite. Once
Yeah.
it does its job, it goes to somebody else or something. You know what I mean? If it's one that you're using or whatever.
Okay. That's very true.
I am so happy you're here. I love you.
No.
Yeah, we all love yeah.
No, you guys are you're beautiful. I get too kind to me.
You're beautiful.
And Diane, I love you too. I haven't talked to you in so long either.
I love you too, Hopi. And Yaya, you are precious.
Oh. Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. I was at your fire ceremony, not this last one, but the one before.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That was something.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, they are.
And the energy that is created from them are just they're just spectacular. But then all of the beings that show up, the galactics, the elementals, the angels,
Oh yeah.
it's just, and they don't show up just for me. They show up for everybody.
Yeah.
It's just a overall beautiful experience.
I
I
was
saw
shocked
I
at
saw the one you
elementals.
did after too.
Yeah. But I was shocked at all the elementals in the trees.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's why I always forget, and I got to remember to tell everyone, take pictures, because
Sometimes they don't show up until we take your. Well, they always show up, but sometimes in the pictures they even come out even more profound. And
I've noticed that too. In the pictures that I've taken of your lives,
yeah,
they're much more prominent.
yeah. If you have any, share them with me. I'm putting I'm doing a portfolio
Okay.
of the spirits that show up on the lives, and
Okay.
it's nice to get a perspective of what everyone sees. It because I truly believe too whom it is taking the picture, those spiritual beings also make themselves ready and available to the ones taking the pictures.
Exactly.
That would be true. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah.
Because when I look at her, when I see her lives, I stop and I'm like, wait a minute, I see a dragon.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of Bigfoot images and different things. So I feel like that what April is telling me is true.
Absolutely. April gets a lot of flack, and April has a lot of what April talks about is kind of it's an uncomfortable space for some people to believe, and where we're going in this world, time and space, is they've always been around us. And some people have some beautiful beings. Some people just have a hard time accepting it in their minds, accepting even the idea of they exist around them every day. And but the more and more we awaken, and the more and more we become comfortable with our gifts, and I think too she brings out her synchronicities with everyone are becoming more prevalent.
Well, and I think y'all that she's very childlike,
Yes.
in her way of speaking and thinking, and that's the reason that they've been with her pretty much all her life, I believe. But it also makes it harder for her to communicate what she's seeing.
Yeah.
And people don't believe her like they do the more slick spiritual people.
Yeah, exactly.
Because she doesn't use their language. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And so they don't believe her as much as they would some,
somebody with
intellectual, spiritual, 150,000 follower spiritual person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But she
was very open and honest.
Yes.
And that's the beauty of it. That's the absolute beauty of it.
Well, we all see things differently as well, and it is communicated to us in a different way as well. They communicate to us in a way we'll understand.
Exactly.
And so, whereas my spirits may use bigger words with me because I am an avid reader and I have, all the vocabulary and communication and whatever. Whereas April is more down to earth, earthy, simple. She's not as complicated as I am. And so they don't have to try to convince her like they do me.
Yeah. Were you a hard one to convince in the beginning?
Not really. I've been this way pretty much all my life. I've been a questioner. I had kind of a near-death experience when I was around 7. And I came out of that questioning everything. I started reading Edgar Casey before I was 12 years old. And
Wow.
I've been reading and reading and reading and questioning. And I went through 3 years of confirmation in church, and my poor pastor was never so ready to get rid of one of his students. He honestly, he told me he loved me with his whole heart, but he was so glad he didn't have to teach me anymore. And you know, I've just been that way all my life. I've always questioned and questioned and questioned and read, and I'm very open to whatever. But you have to be credible. And you know how Virgos are. We don't tolerate people trying to pull the wool over our eyes. We don't
Absolutely.
tolerate people who lie.
Right.
You know, we don't, if you lie to me, I don't trust you anymore, ever. Ever.
Absolutely. That's, and that's the way it should be. If someone can't be, I mean, yeah, absolutely, honey. You either be truthful, you either be authentic, or don't be at all. Just,
Right.
get out of the room until you can be that. And, you know,
And don't disrespect me. You know,
yeah.
don't condescend and don't disrespect me. And in many of the religious places that I was in, they were condescending in a way. They would like, why are you questioning? It's faith. You should take it on faith.
Yeah.
That never really sat well with me. It's like, faith in what? You need to show me what I need to have faith in.
Yeah.
Or I don't have any faith in that. I mean, come on.
Well, that's, honey, that's very, very well developed critical thinking skills. And I've been learning with my guides and stuff that is almost one of the most profound spaces they want me to be is in critical thinking. Even though you have your day-to-day life and how your however your journey is going, always try to stay in the be practical about things and about things you're learning and about people you come across. And usually I think anymore with our gifts and stuff, I think a lot of us have that gift of knowing. And we pretty much sometimes I get sideswiped, and nothing pains me anymore is when I really start to enjoy somebody and someone comes along and tries to discredit them.
Yes.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I remember one time that happened in a live, and it was about April. And I was like, I was so bothered that, number one, they could do it on a live,
right,
and bash somebody, and I even feel bad for Commander once in a while, because
yeah,
he gets because he, bless that man's heart, the how he loves April, and he sticks with her and he stands beside her, and
well, it did take him a little while though, Yaya, to finally start having a backbone about her.
yeah,
That bothered me, that he allowed a few people to bully her. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It's kind of nice. I see. No, you know what too? I think it's important when, say, if one of them ends up in a room that we're in, you know what? You better acknowledge them and say hi to them and bring attention to them, and not hide.
Yeah.
Because I seen that a couple times. I'm like, that's not a way to be.
Right.
If we're a collective, we have unconditional love.
Yes.
we have to start being that way. And
Well, I was going to tell you though, Yaya, you're talking about critical thinking, and I was very disillusioned in my church family, and it kind of broke me for a little while, because I still went to church even though I did not completely believe everything that they were saying. I still felt close to those people I grew up with, the families that I was a part of, and um, and then it kind of broke me when they were not as accepting or understanding or unconditional, as you said, and that's when I found Robin. That's the way God works. Is He brought me Robin to bring me back to being comfortable with God again,
yeah,
because I was getting to the point where anytime I heard the name Jesus or God, it kind of made my hackles rise a little bit, and I was feeling very uncomfortable with that, because that's not how I wanted to feel about God.
exactly.
But I had felt cheated, like they've lied to us for so long about so many things, and I was so very disillusioned. And then I found Robin, and it was just like a breath of fresh air, and he's just been amazing for me since then.
Oh, he's beautiful. He's absolutely, and we've watched him too. We've watched him.
Since the beginning, you and I have been with
Yeah,
him.
yeah. He's grown beautifully.
Yes, I go back and listen to his podcast,
Yeah,
and I go
do.
back to where we were, 2.5 years ago, and I see
Yeah.
how much we've all grown. Look at us.
Hmm. I was when he did his channel for the Anunnaki.
Yes.
That one, I had to sit with that one for a little bit because it hit me hard.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, "Is that like now? Is that now?" I had to. My ears are ringing.
Yeah.
Pretty
Well,
much.
and I had just finished reading, the Emerald Tablets multiple times, and was working on the sequel to that, and when that came out.
Oh wow.
So it was a synchronicity for sure.
Yeah. I was. You probably know this. I was in the group. A group. We were reading the knowledge book, and I. It's not that I don't discredit the knowledge book, because I'm still going through a learning phase with it. Only because it was published so long ago, and they continue to keep reading it over and over and over again. And I was noticing still a lot of questions being asked, and not a how do I say it? Like some
Not a
word
lot of comprehension of what they were reading.
well, as the knowledge book is encoded with light codes,
Right.
and it did change quite a bit in the reading, but it I didn't see the spiritual growth happening.
I see.
And so,
Yes. That's what I meant, was they weren't absorbing.
yeah, and so I thought, well, you know what, if it's meant to be, it'll present itself again. And
I'm kind of that way about the I am discourses.
yeah,
I kind of feel that way about them too. And A Course in Miracles.
I like that one. I think that one's pretty beautiful.
I'm still plotting. I don't think it's my time yet for that one. Maybe, I don't know.
You know where I've come to at my age is that when I was just told this not too long ago, and we humans, we have our human condition, and we go through changes all the time, and we're spiritually maturing as humans, and our bodies are going through changes, and I truly believe our DNA is changing. We are becoming crystalline formed, and we're becoming actually quite beautiful. And oh, I'm losing my train of thought, son of a gun. I hate it when that happens. Oh, there. No, thank you. Confirmation. When I had guides tell me that keep it simple, spiritual one.
Yeah.
And I went, okay. And they said, all you have to do now, because of what has been done for us, the whole spiritual collective, that all of our karmic debt has been erased.
Yes.
And so we are now actually beautiful, clean, absolutely brilliant, brightest beings of the brightest light. And they wanted us to just be
And
grateful for
that's how
everything.
that's how they see us, especially the ones who have never had a human experience. They see us as the bravest and the brightest.
Yeah.
And they love us more than we could ever imagine. And Cryon has been talking about this for the last 8 months. That karma is done. We've learned everything we can learn from fear. We don't need it anymore. We're love.
That's right. We have, they're witnessing us having this experience because they can only experience the human by watching us.
Through us, yes.
Exactly. And if we can, and they told me to be grateful, don't act grateful, be grateful. And in that grateful moment, be happy. And they told me, they said, they didn't care if it was the raunchiest comedy in the world. If it made me laugh uncontrollably,
do it.
Watch it. And then in that moment when you are that happy, realize how blessed you really are.
Mm-hmm.
And then the universe, when it realizes and sees you in that moment, is when you have the ability to unconditionally love all things and everything. And then that's when your blessings start coming. The universe starts, it only gives back what it sees, what it feels from you. And so that's what I did. So now my days are beautiful.
And we're learning that together again. We had all those years where we raised our children, and then they came back and left, and came back and left, all of the things. And now we're finally alone again. And we had his mom for a while, and there were a lot of struggles, and there are a lot of seriousness. And now we're having to learn how to get along together alone, and it's weird. But we've decided that we're going to partake of some of our younger year things we enjoyed. And we were trying to country western dance in the family room the other night, and we laughed so hard.
That's adorable.
It was so funny because we've forgotten, but we were kind of impaired, and so that made it even funnier. You know what I mean? And so we were laughing and laughing and laughing, and we just know that's what this is what we need to be doing.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. I love hearing that.
Yeah, 48 years we've
really
we've been doing this dance.
Bless your heart.
And it was that's a long time. It really is.
It is. You know what? That's a mile marker for these days.
Yeah.
Anything over 20 years.
I wouldn't do it with anybody else. He thinks I'm crazy. He thinks I've lost my ever loving mind. But
But he still dances with you.
he still dances with me. He loves me, yeah. He
Yeah.
loves my crazy.
Isn't that something? You know what? I have a husband that's a very good man. Very good man. And he will do anything in the world for me. And I've had this realization for ones that are very spiritually strong, and it happens as we get older in our years, that we have someone in our life who is a force, like our husbands, but they're not really awakened completely.
No. And it is. Does it hurt you, Yaya? It makes me hurt.
It hurts me, but I've come to a realization that we designed it like this, and I truly believe it is our soulmate, or if it is I truly believe he is my counterpart in past lives as well. That
Do you feel like you made a pact with one another to one of you be the one to remind?
I truly believe that.
That's what I believe.
Because I say things to him, I know when to back off. How do you say that? Drop the little seed.
Yes.
And back off.
That's what my higher self told me.
Good. Well, then I think I was really worried. Brim, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't mean to be taking up your live.
Fine.
Yes, we do. We're doing good.
I'm eating, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I was, I was thinking, I was worrying because he has the imagination, and he is absolutely has a very high IQ. He has the IQ of a brain surgeon.
Mine too.
But the common sense sometimes of how do I say that very eloquently? When I try to say things like, our government really isn't what you think it is, or the mayor.
He argues.
Yeah. Well, he looks at me concerned.
Yes. Like, have you lost it, woman?
Or where have you gotten your information?
Yes, he asked me that a lot too. What websites are you looking at?
Yes.
That's his favorite thing to say to me.
Yes, because I truly, and then I sit back and I go, if I can be on my spiritual journey and be on the mission that I am put here to do, and realize what my job is, there's no way that Source or Almighty Creator is going to trip that up, because he's still with me, he's still here. And so
what I noticed is that he does things differently than me, but they're very similar. He goes hiking by himself for days on end out in the wilderness by himself. He goes climbing up to the very top of a mountain just to sleep on a rock and then come back down. And those are his ways to meditate.
Exactly. That's your husband's almost identical to mine. He does things that a truly spiritual person would do. So
But if you tell him he's spiritual, he'll argue with you.
Yeah. Or then he'll pop off and say something, and I'm like, how did you know that?
Right.
Where did you come up with that? Why don't you share that with me? Then 2 weeks go by and I'm back in the, oh crap, okay. you know. So I guess I really worry that when like the full disclosure comes out about how it really wasn't what you thought it was,
Uh-huh.
that I think I worry, you know. But you know, he's a strong-minded, and they'll probably take it better than we would if we weren't spiritual. You know,
I,
they're strong.
well, somehow or another, he had no religion at all when I met him, and I ended up getting him involved into the church, and he grew, and now he's very close-minded about it's only the religion.
Oh
and
wow!
and so he argues with me quite a bit about, he reads the Bible every single night, and he quotes Bible to me, which drives me crazy because I know it a lot better than he does. And I have a daughter the same way. They quote Bible scripture to me
Oh Lord!
constantly because they're so afraid I'm going to be lost in hell, you know.
Oh no!
And so we have those discussions, you know. So he's as worried about my soul as I am about his.
And then you'll be.
So I'm what, but you know what? I think that they're strong enough. I think all the people that we know, all of us here in this collective, I
Yeah,
think we all have people like that, and I
yeah.
think they're probably stronger than we think they are.
I have to agree there, honey. I'm gonna stand and agree with you there.
I definitely agree with y'all. And I want to tell you, you both are so blessed.
Oh,
My husband went to the other side 10 years ago, and we were married 43 years.
Wow.
And it's been the loneliest thing since then. But I know that we made the plan. But
And you know he's with you, Diane.
yes, I do. But oh, it's not.
He chose not to move on yet. He's still waiting in the outer realm for you so that you
Yeah,
can go together. He
yeah,
told you that.
yeah. He did. And you know, the very last thing he said to me was, "I love you,"
Oh.
and then he died
oh,
or was unalive.
Right.
oh, yes.
Except
It,
he wasn't. Except he
no,
wasn't, and he isn't.
no. And most days I remember that 100%. But then there's other times when I'm like, oh my goodness. But
Yeah.
he was very open. He was raised a Catholic, went to Catholic school all the way through. But he also believed in Buddha.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
no,
Yeah.
even better.
So he was very open and he knew what we had.
Oh,
We were very blessed, but listening to y'all tickles me because I know that sometimes it's hard to see those blessings when we're right there.
that's true.
When he's all in there standing in front of the ice maker for 15 damn minutes while I'm trying to listen to something.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been there.
Oh my goodness. Well, he's a mechanic by trade, and so he's actually not very delicate. He's a very strong man. So when he's in there cooking and banging and doing and whatever it is he does, he makes so much noise. And I've been so accustomed to being in the quiet. It has taken the cat and myself quite some time to become used to all the noise.
Oh, I bet. Well, I told y'all my Bigfoot story, didn't I?
No, I don't think I've heard it.
Well, where we lived was right in the middle of the woods, and he had 150 acres of deer deer lease that he leased, and he always told me which stand he was going to be at. Well, this one evening he didn't come in, and I knew which stand he was on, and I was afraid he might have fallen. So I go to that stand. Well, I couldn't drive my car down into the leash, so I pulled up and parked and started walking down toward his stand. Well, he was a big man, and all of a sudden he came around the corner running. Now, he never ran anywhere, so that was a shock to see him running. And he grabbed me and he said, let's go, and was running with me, and he wouldn't tell me what was wrong. So we get to the car and he said, go. And I didn't know what was wrong. He scared me. Well, I pulled out and started down the road, and I said, what is going on? You're really scaring me. And he said, I have been trapped by a Bigfoot since about 3 o'clock in the evening. He said it came and leaned against his stand. Well, when I pulled up, it heard me and it left.
Oh,
So he got out and started running because he was afraid it would get me.
no.
He was scared to death. So I started laughing, and he said, it's not funny. There's not a damn thing funny about it. And I couldn't help it. But do you know he never went hunting again?
Oh my goodness.
And he was alive 3 years after that.
That's hilarious. I don't think I've heard that story from
Well,
you. That is hilarious.
It was hilarious. It really was. He said it came up and leaned against his stand, and it could have looked in the windows easily. But
He did. You stood there.
It just leaned against the stand, but when it was big enough that whenever it leaned, it moved the stand.
Oh my.
So he was scared to try and get out of the stand. And then when he heard my car, he thought the Bigfoot had gone after me.
Oh my goodness.
So he came a running, but it was really something.
You know, I was sitting here and I was hearing all three of you talking. And this just comes to me that you all think that. I thought it was interesting that, they don't think the same way as you, and they're not enlightened as you. But the one thing you're doing is you're empowering each other, and that is what you truly need. You guys were empowering each other to no end, even if they're not in the same vibrational and the same spirituality. They're still raising you with that energy that they have. And I find it very beautiful that each one of you had your separate experiences. When you talk about your husband, you have that compassion, that love. You could hear it within the voice that they empowered you and you empowered them. And that is very beautiful that people have that within their relationships, and especially for over 48 years. That is a feat itself, because as it is in this time era, people don't stay together that long anymore. It's basically, let's just be here for the moment. And marriage is always run and fail, and thank you for the gift.
Well, you know what? When he would get so mad at me that he felt like he wanted to leave, I would tell him that's fine, but he had to take all 3 girls. So he never left.
No, definitely.
That's hilarious.
We've actually never, I mean, we've had our ups and downs, and we've had counseling. a couple of times, just simply because we communicate differently. And our youngest daughter had a couple of life-threatening issues that we needed to communicate better through. And he was fine. He went to the counseling. He knew he needed it. So
Good then. He sounds like he's got a pretty logical head on his shoulders.
he
Right.
is an extremely intelligent man, but he's hard-headed. He's kind of closed-minded in that it's this way.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to keep thinking wrong, you can go ahead, but it's wrong.
Is he a Taurus?
No,
Well,
he's Capricorn.
No. Okay.
He's
the
very
way
much.
I had wonderful, wonderful talks. And as became more and more enlightened, he was 100% behind me. And he listened to everything and studied it.
Wow.
So we had such a wonderful friendship. And we grew together.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
say
we
that.
have, except for this thing, and it's not that it's an issue. It's not really an issue with us if we don't talk about it a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so my higher self told me to stop it, that I was being the opposite of a Bible thumper.
You're a burner.
So
You're
that's
a burner.
so she said stop it.
Yeah.
So I stopped it because I was the one that was causing the problem, because I was like, you've got to see this. You've got to see it this way, or we're not going to ascend together. And that was my horrible fear, was that we would not ascend together. And then,
Right.
I had to finally come to the realization I was looking at that wrongly. And, talking to my higher self and all my other mentors that I have living and not here, they have convinced me that I'm the one that's being stubborn and argumentative, and that I'm actually trying to beat him over the head with a spiritual book instead of the Bible.
Right.
And I just need to stop and just let him see me be the way I am.
Yeah. That's kind of what Spirit did with me, was through, I don't want to sound stereotype. It's like through, as we all know, through our light, through our being the change we want to see, those that are drawn to your light, that are drawn to you because of the authenticity that you are. And you draw people. You will draw people to you, and that's what they've finally told me was, when the more or less the words were, when you surrender, that's when things happen easily.
Yes.
It's like that line, when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yeah.
And then I also realized too, the universe all on its own is doing so much for the collective, whether you realize it or not. It's pushing up these densities, and it's pushing up these traumas that have been buried for many years, and it's pushing it out of them, pushing it out of all of us, and even them, even my husband. And I can see subtle changes here and there, and you know what? I really am blessed, because if I want to talk about, say, maritime law, he's just curious to see what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And he'll sit there and listen and not interrupt or not be he won't be argumentative about it, or he will. So I am very, very blessed because he'll do anything I ask him, anything.
Right. Right.
And so that's why I truly believe we designed it. You know, he was just going to come here and be my rock so I can do the job I have to do. And I just wonder what he'll do when April shows up through the rift and says, "Come on, time to go."
Well, I don't have to worry about that, Yaya, because my man goes to bed at 8 or 8:30 every night.
Okay.
He
That's,
will
I
be
think
sound
that's
asleep.
concern now.
He won't be around. He won't notice.
And plus, we'll probably, even though it'll be, who knows how long it'll be, but I'll be back.
Before he wakes up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because from what I understand, she's only gone. Usually, I think the longest she's been gone is what, 2 hours?
Yeah, at the most she was gone for was it a week that one time, and she was back like at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
I
it's
am
not really up there from here because when I've been taking it, it seems like I felt I was up there talking because I was up on a ship and I was talking, and it was like at 4:43. I was sitting here. I was laying on my bed. This is after I got caught on my hand because someone trying to hack me up. But anyway, at 4:43 in the morning, I was like, huh. I started drifting off, and next thing I know, I'm on the ship. And it felt like I was up there for like 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. But when I come back down, I came back here, it was only like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, Brim, when you go, do you go astrally or do you go physically too?
Both.
Both. Cool.
I haven't had that experience yet. I
So,
don't.
when you go physically, Brim, do they put a spacesuit on you?
No,
They don't?
no.
Huh.
What do they do?
Well, I'll give you the two examples. Okay, when I first, when the commander told me that there was a Palladian that was going to come and see me and she was going to help me ascend into the thing, I didn't believe it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I was sitting on a porch one day and I was on a live with UFO God. We were talking about, Guru at the time. I was talking to that one, talking to him, and I was sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette. Next thing I know, I heard a voice, and I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? What in the world? And I'm looking around, I was like, maybe it was some girl trying to lure me somewhere or something. So I came off the porch and I followed the voice around the back of my house. And as I was going around the back of the house, everything started like, there was like this blue light and it looked like a blue mist coming out off the ground. And then this blue beam came down and this beam came out. It was a plate and she walked up to me. And as she was walking close to me, I started getting a little weak and drowsy. So I went on my right knee and I was on the ground and I was holding the other phone in my hand. So when she comes up to me, she touched me and it was kind of like, sometimes it's like a bubble, or sometimes it's like she would like tap my forehead and like everything all around my skin would be like a force field.
Hmm.
And then like that one time I walked on the ship, and that was in a full body form. And then another time when I was in California, that one was an orb. I was like in a bubble, and I walked up in this bubble and I went up on the ship. And anytime that I'm on a ship, it's kind of like it's like an invisible force field, I guess, around my body, where I can go and pick up things and stuff like that, and I can breathe. But it's kind of like, you know how like when the space beings come down here and they're wearing like a cloaking device?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but in reverse, where I'm wearing this like force field around me.
Instead of a space suit.
Yes, it says a suit. I've never encountered a suit, and I've been on like 7 ships. I've been on the Palladians. I've been on the Celestial Council, and they weren't too keen on me going to the Ashtar command ship, but I did anyway, and they yelled at me. So,
What did you experience on the Ashtar command ship?
with the Ashtar command ship, the reason why they didn't want me on that ship is because there's a lot of high vibrational beings on that ship. They're so high they don't acknowledge the low vibration that's on the ship at that time. And see, on the ships that I've been on, when you walk down the hallway, the corridor of a ship, it's kind of like there's this electricity on the floor, right? This energy you can see moving through the floor and moving through the ships. And on several of the ships is this like energy flowing on the walls, the ceiling, and the floors. You can see it going through, kind of like this light right here. And
It's a consciousness.
when you walk on this, if you have any negativity, it expels you from the ship, or if you need to talk to you, they change it. But the Ashtar command ship didn't have that, and they didn't want me on that ship because they had a feeling that there is some negatives on it that they're not realizing. So they kind of keep me off that. Then I'm not saying anything negative about the Ashtar command ship, but that's what they told me, that not to go on that one because it's very hard with those beings. They're so not up to par on some of their technologies, and they need to get more. And I've been on the Eve ship. I've seen the alien bodies on the Eve ship. I've been on the Palladians. I've been on the Crystal. I've been on the Galactic Empire, the Galactic Federation ship. I've been on all 7 ships that are up there right now, and there's even more. But a lot of the ships are there to help the humanity. And like I said on the last live, there's more than ships around here. There's actually full freaking planets around Earth that you can't see because they're cloaked behind the Dyson sphere that is within the moon. That's why you can't see the ships. And that's why when I was talking to Honey last Tuesday, that when you're standing on the ground, you see a curvature in the clouds. That's another planet. When you see a floating city, that's another planet.
That's what Cryon says.
You see, I've never listened to Cryon.
Right. I know that. And that's how I know you're authentic, is because you're telling me things that he's been saying for years.
Yeah. No, I hear his. I know. I can tell he's being authentic, and I kind of can understand about the Ashtar as well, because I'm not that I'm not believing, but I'm. You know how. You know how.
There's a little question there.
Yeah.
And I can't, and see, that's a question with me about that whole scenario with her over there. It kind of, I'm not discrediting anybody, don't get me wrong, everybody has their own personal experiences, but from my experience, I didn't need to go to the bathroom there. I was in like invisible force field around my body, around the shape of my body. I ate stuff up there. I did eat like different kinds of fruits and foods up there. And the people that were talking and the beings that I've seen hundreds of beings that you couldn't even imagine. And it just is a different atmosphere on other ships. But that one was like not something that fits me. You know what I'm saying? It's like a whole nother, it's not an icky feeling. It's like, I don't belong on the ship.
So do you think it's like there's so many interdimensional beings in this universe, and there's some that are of very high vibrational?
Yes.
And there may be ones that are not of very high vibration. And I was kind of wondering if maybe perhaps their vibration may not be as ones of, say, Palladians or Octurians or the Anunnaki, or so I'm curious on.
Well, and Robin explained his experience with the Anunnaki is completely different as well. And it could be that it's your own experience that is you're placing your own personality traits onto your experience.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Exactly.
for me, I'm sensing that when you go on different ships, you have the different experiences.
Yeah.
And just some of the stuff that I would say, because I'm always skeptic. I can't call bullcrap on it because some of what she experienced, I've experienced. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, ah, I mean, I can't say she's not right. She is right, but some of the stuff, it's like, I don't know.
Well, again, it could be too, like we talked about, though. If she has a much more simplistic way of looking at things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when she comes back and explains things to us, it's through her filter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So her experiences resonate with a lot of other experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Just-
do.
And so,
Well, the way Cryon talks about it is there's not just 7. There's several, many.
There is.
yeah,
There's so
Yeah.
many different ones we don't know anything at all about.
Oh yeah.
They're all right outside of our vision, waiting and watching, and they're just cheering us on.
yeah,
And they only want what's best for us. However, there are some that want it to be. They want to be in charge
yeah,
of the experience.
yeah,
And so they're kind of competing, is the way he explained it. Was they're all kind of competing for their place because they all still have just enough of the egotistical, personality.
yeah,
They want to be the ones that
Yeah.
bring us into the light. They want to take the credit for it.
And here's another thing too, that I've been taken to a place that no one's ever been.
Yeah.
And I told Honey about this the other day, and some of the other people here, that one day I was sitting here, and I was smoking as usual. And I had to feel, I felt this giant energy come at me at once. And I was like, you know what? I need to relax because there's something coming. And you know how your ears ringing and it would not stop for like, and I knew that was the same ringing as when she came down to get me that day. I kept hearing that those last 2 times. So this time I'm like, something's coming. So I got in my bathtub, I laid down, it was in the water, and next thing I know, I was yanked on the ship with her, and I thought that it was now I thought that this was like a dreamish premonition that pulled my soul up kind of thing, but this is where it gets weird. I was on the ship stark naked. It was just,
I was just going to ask, were you naked?
I was thinking that too. Yeah.
yeah, I was stark naked standing next to her. She just giggled. So,
Oh my goodness.
well, ain't this compromising? Ain't this compromising? I'm like, yeah, yeah, great.
Can I have a towel?
Because she's always been with me. Her name's Aria. So she said, I want to take you to a place that no human's ever been. She took me out of this universe together, the galaxy, the universe, everything. And she was had me into inner space. And when I was sitting in inner space with her, I have seen the most beautiful things you've ever seen in your life. The space was beautiful. You could see little round orbs, and each one of those orbs had galaxies and planets and people inside of them. Kind of like you see this right here on the wall. Each one of these little dots in that inner space was galaxies and hundreds and millions of different beings being inside each one of those little dots.
That's
And
amazing.
I'm seeing these ships coming back and forth, and it was so beautiful. I'm like, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Don't send me back. I don't want to go back. No, no, don't ever send me back. But I had to come back here because, that's what I needed to do. And so when I experienced that, I became to know that there's a lot more than just this universe that's out there. When you get into the inner space, when you feel everything all at once and you see all of the multitude of beings out there and the beautiful synchronicity of you being in tune with the universe, like it was totally different. Like, when you're inside the universe, she had to control the ship, right? With her hands and stuff. But when we get in a space, I sat there, I said, let's go right. And as soon as I said that, the ship went right. I said left, bam. And I was moving the ship, and she looked at me like, holy crap. And I'm like, she goes, I did not know that humans can do that. And she's like, you guys are fully evolving into the species you need to be. You guys are sending the toxin than you're supposed to, and it's great. It's wonderful. She says, the reason why you need to go back is you need to push them higher, because once they see something like this out here, then their whole aspect and their whole spirituality, everything will change, because they'll see the beauty that's really out here. And the beings that are out here to help them, that there is beings that you couldn't even imagine that's out there. I've seen so many different beings, and it's limitless. The only words I can use was inner space was an endless expansion. The universe is limitless. Anything is possible when you get into interstellar space. I crap you not. You can manifest. You could feel in anything. I could feel all the beings in all the universes all at once. It was beautiful and it was magnificent. And I really wish that every one of us that are here on this planet have a journey like that. And we can do that. We all can do that. And that is the reason why I do my lives, and is I want people to enjoy what I see. And like I was talking to Honey about my premonitions, I talk about my premonitions not to scare anybody, so we can change that, so we can raise our vibration into the higher frequency and prove my visions and dreams and that premonition wrong. I want it to happen, because when I went through that premonition, it breaks my heart, and I hate talking about it in detail. And I've always, whenever I talk about it, I kind of skip over things because I don't want to relive that moment of what I seen. You know what I'm saying? And I know that if we don't do this, we're going to be in trouble. And
Well, you know what's interesting? What's kind of interesting is one of my gifts, and that's probably why I'm sitting here on your page, Brim, is that I was brought to the knowledge of one of my gifts is the ability to shift timelines. And I was told by you all know Seven that's on here, the little and her mother.
Yeah.
I went in the other night and sat in the live, or not the other night, but that's irrelevant. But I wanted a healing, because my ears have been just hypersensitive, and my vision. I know they're my. I don't know what you call it, upgrading or what it is, but my vision's been. You know how your eyes are getting ready to see interdimensional, and I see fog once in a while, and so I went in to get a healing, and she said, and I had the premonition. I keep seeing this, but I've never had it validated. And in my yayas, when I have my ceremonies, one of the private things I do mentally is to shift timelines, that things move happily, that no harm to none, and for the betterment of all mankind in the universe. And through the collective and ones with a higher vibration, we actually can together
Yes.
manifest this energy. And when I say I have the ability, I, I don't mean that in an egotistical way,
Right.
but it's like I need to learn, because I was given the, what do you call them? The sacred spaces on the earth there's sacred spots on the earth that,
The ley lines?
it's called sacred space.
Yes, like in Sedona and in
Yes.
Shasta and Yosemite.
And there's energies that are available when you tap into that can alleviate any kind of a heavy timeline coming into the universe.
Yes.
And so I've been I'm like, okay, how can I utilize this gift to help alleviate some of this coming towards us, to because I'm not taking any credit for timeline shifting. What I'm saying is I want to.
But we all should be taking credit for it because we are doing it.
Well, yeah. Yes, and I think I was being I've been looking, you know how we look, we go into rooms and we listen, um and 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 I'm a seer. I can see into the future, but my future is bubblegums and lollipops, and I want that for everybody's future. And that might sound funny, but
I absolutely love that, Yaya. I loved how you put that.
it's just,
Yeah.
and if I can see it, just like Brim said, there is,
If you can see it, believe it, and you'll have
and
it.
exactly, and it's like
If
the
we
faith.
can all see it, we can make it happen.
Absolutely, it's that faith of a mustard seed that can absolutely not only move mountains, but absolutely transform. Like Brim said, that the being that was with him, that we all as humans we're doing it. We're mentally evolving. Not mentally, it's our hearts that are evolving. Our hearts are turning on. And our brains are important, but I think our hearts are the brain, because that's where we have to feel it to realize the, we learn more through our hearts than we do the mind. Our
Well,
biggest,
Exactly.
when more people start to realize, and I fully, wholeheartedly believe this, when more people start to realize that we are spiritual beings experiencing a human life, we're not a human being experiencing in spirituality. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
The more people
That's
will
exactly
become
right.
awakened, and the easier it's going to be for all of us.
Absolutely.
I fully, truly believe that in my heart.
That's why she
Yes.
put me out there, because she knows how Brim is and what Brim is. He knows what Brim is, and he won't let it go to his head. So when she brought me out there, it showed me she knows that I was going to bring the message to all of you, not as an egotistical maniac like some people do, but
Yeah.
as a love and a loving, caring person, as a divine being to help each and every one of us, and to give you that message that there's a lot more out there, and we are ascending into that, and we have to empower each other with the love and admiration we have for the universe and Earth and everybody else. Like I said, even though there's evil people here, they still have their part to play in the story that we
Right.
have to write for ourselves. And within making that story, we finish our book, and and there we are. Our whole story is out there in the universe for everybody to learn.
Right.
Because we all fit, like I've been referring to, we're all pieces of that great unique puzzle into the universe. You don't want to be a carbon copy of one piece of puzzle. You want to be your own separate unique piece that fits in perfectly. Because like
Absolutely.
a copy, you're not gonna know where to fit in.
Right.
Well, it's like Chiron. Chiron says, we're not following any book, no spiritual book, no religious book, not even a book of Chiron. We are
Yeah.
following the book of heart, of our heart, ourselves, our inner higher selves, and our higher self is what they know the whole picture, and
Yeah.
they're trying to give us that information, to help guide us. And we just have to tune into ourselves, not anybody else, not anything else. Even though I do feel like I talk about Chiron a lot. I've been listening to him since the 2000s because he has so much information, and um, he's so impartial is what I want to say. He's very impartial. He says himself he's never been human. He's never had a form, and so he cannot even fathom what it's like. But he talks about the great admiration that the whole multiverses have for humans, for the density that we have to live through, that it's just unfathomable to them to be away from God, that they cannot even imagine what it would be like to be away from God.
That also gave me when I went on one of my journeys, I was on a mountain and I was talking to a light being, and when I was talking to this light being, the light being was not using a voice. I couldn't hear a voice. I could feel the vibrations. Anytime I went to ask a question, it would answer me before I got a chance to finish it. And then after, it told me a bunch of stuff, and I wrote it down, and it's a 6-page thing that message for the human race.
I think my biggest hurdle has always been that I've heard those things and felt those things, but I've questioned myself so much. Am I making it up?
Right.
Is it something I just want so badly to believe that I've convinced myself that this is true? Have I convinced myself that I'm not sinful, that I'm not all the things that I was brought up to believe? And so I've had to spend the last 15 years getting past that.
I hear you there. That's
I can resonate with that too.
Yeah.
yeah.
My father is he was going to be a priest before he met my mother, and growing up, I wanted to be a nun as well. When I went through my awakening and started to find out who I was, the Catholic religion just it didn't do it for me anymore. And even growing up in Catholic schools, I always had questions, and the nuns would always tell my mom that I had a great imagination.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. And then I also found a lot of comfort in the repetition. You know, I'm Lutheran, so very similar.
right.
You have the chanting, you have the the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. You know, you go through all the same seasons. You know, we always had a church calendar that we followed,
Hmm.
and everything was you know, you sang the psalms. We had cantors. You know, it was all the same. Everything was the same. And I finally, it was like an epiphany for me. I was dragging myself up there to go to church to be with the people that I loved.
Right.
And because I loved the comfort that repetition gave me, and I had to finally tell myself, you can't do that anymore. And while it was difficult for me and still is, because I'm still very close to the people I grew up with and went to church with, and I see them on a regular basis, and they don't understand why I separated myself from them, because I was very involved in the church. I was a leader in the church. I did the messages, I did the cantering, I did the whole, every single thing, all the management on the council, the whole thing. And it was very hard for them because they felt rejected.
Absolutely.
And so it made my heart hurt, because I didn't reject the people. I rejected what I knew I had to do. I had to leave that environment in order for me to continue to grow, because I was stagnating.
Yeah, because you were at that time in your life where your journey was starting out, and it was time for you to go and find your truth.
Yeah.
It resonates with me because also, you know, I when I grew up, I was all about learning about God and Christianity. So I grew up in foster homes, and the only thing I could relate to was, you know, the Bible and stuff like that. And as I started coming in to my own and realizing there's a lot more universe and space and, you know, the beings and all that. And I used to teach, you know, they call them the world ambassadors. I used to teach young kids about God and Jesus. I used to teach, you know, I used to teach the adults about certain parts in the Bible. But then, you know, after I graduated high school, I wanted to be an ordained minister. So I worked and I was actually ordained to be a minister. And then after that happened, I realized I had a lot more questions than I had answers.
Yeah.
So I would go back to these other ministers, preachers in different churches in different places. They couldn't answer my question. And questions, I thought to myself, you know, why am I going to believe on a falsehood that if they can't explain it? When I ask them questions, I say, well, it says this in the Bible. Oh, that's the Old Testament. It doesn't matter. And I thought to myself, I said, it does matter.
Yeah.
I'm not going to follow something that doesn't matter. I mean, everything matters that's in the universe, because if you look on different temples, Temple and all the temples and the pyramids and all of that had an element of truth. So I went and I explored that, and I come to find out that there is more in the universe, and that's when I realized that I came into my own, that I can't just believe one thing. I had to search out the truth, and the truth is out there, that you don't have to be any certain religion. You don't have to go to a church. What you have to do is be that spiritual being like Christ was. Christ-like. We were made, and it also brings me back to that one Bible verse for the one where it goes, "Let us create man in our image and our likeness."
Yeah.
So again, that echoes in my mind, and I've always wondered, there are many gods out there. And the God in the Bible, to me, there's many gods in the Bible. It's just certain ones are put in there, and the ones that they didn't want us to believe, they took that out, so it can lead us down a false narrative. But still, within inside the Bible to today, there is hidden truths within it, and that's why I kind of chuckle to myself sometimes, and I say, people don't like it what I say, but I say to me that the Bible is sometimes feels like a pick your own adventure book,
Mm. Yeah.
and you have to find the truth and the pathway through that book. And even though the book is misleading, there is the element of truth, because it says, "Seek and you shall find." The truth is in there. You have to find a pathway that resonates with you and within anything else. And how do you apply that? You apply everything that's in that book that you feel that resonates with you. Apply it to your life. And that's how you see that and feel that change.
Well, I read the Bible twice a year religiously for over 20 years. And the more I read it, the more I thought, it's kind of a Where's Waldo atmosphere. You got to find the keys. And there's a lot of things in there. There were a lot of keys left for us to discover.
Yeah.
And we turned it into everything in the image of man, and it was political, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that way by design, I think, and Jesus never intended, he never intended to ever be the object of abject worship and cruelty that he's used for today. And Jesus was not the onlyest and highest of the ascended masters. Honestly, they don't, any of them have any assignment of higher and lower. They all, have their own spirituality and their own teachings that they were meant to come here to tell. And Jesus had more than one incarnation as a human.
Oh yeah.
There's something right there that you just said that just rang true. And I spoke to Heather about this last night. And, and I've heard different people when they speak. You know who I'm talking about. But anyway, I heard different people when they speak. And it often reminds me of Game of Thrones. Remember that there was the old man, the old Lannister man talking to Joffrey and Joffrey's going off, "I am king, I am king, I am king." And what the old man said to Joffrey was, "If you have to say you're king, then you're not really a king at all."
Right.
So when I hear people say that, "Oh, I'm an ascended master," or "I'm a chosen one,"
Yeah.
or "I'm this, I'm that," if you have to say you are, then you're really not.
And that's the thing that kind of bothers me about the Aztec command. That is really the only thing that bothers me about them, is that they still have a hierarchy. There's people that are above other people and or beings or whatever they want to call themselves, and they still have their central doctrine on Jesus, on Yeshua. and
Yeah.
they elevate him above the other masters when the true master was Buddha. Honestly, Buddha is not a religion; it's a way of life.
Right. It is a way of life.
So,
Kind of curious of, well, I I was brought up a Jehovah Witness, and so anything spiritual was absolutely
forbidden.
it was forbidden. Any you know seeing people and I so it but I was disassociated when I was 16 because I was bad association for the youth of the congregation because I had different thoughts. I didn't because I at that time I could see things, and I would bring my mom and look out the window and I say, "Can't you see that there? Can't you see that animal? Can't you see that?" And she would always pat me on the back, like, no, no. And I can remember once being in the Mojave Desert. We used to live in the desert. And I remember staring straight down a road, a long road. And I seen a couple spaceships zooming back and forth. And I like, can't you see them? They're plain as day. And so I was always made a little fun of because always had an altered reality. And then
Well,
as I was,
the first time I ever went to a Jehovah Witness service with a friend of mine, I used to go all the time with my friends to their different churches just because I wanted to go see what it was like.
mm-hmm.
And that was one of my most traumatic memories as a child. As a
Really?
young teenager, was going to my first Jehovah Witness service. As a Lutheran, we're very quiet and very reserved, and you only touch one another when you do the peace,
Mm-hmm.
And these people were very, they were very lively, and it was quite traumatic for me. I will never forget it.
Yeah, I used to go to these huge conventions, like at the Forum in LA and Dodger Stadium, where they had. I mean, it was a circus.
Yeah.
It was to look back on it now, even it was quite just the experience of the productions that they put on, and
isn't that sad that so many of them are nothing but productions?
nothing but productions. It was amazing. It's kind of funny. I look back, and as I was getting a little older, when I would go to these conventions, I would get the worst migraines. The worst migraines, and that didn't make the family happy because we'd always have to leave. Yeah. And I always wondered why would I get the migraines at those conventions like that.
Well, if nothing else, the noise would do it.
Yeah, yeah, true.
But I'm sure it was spirit telling you to get the hell out.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But it's so hard for me to watch my oldest daughter raise her children such strict religious. There's so much religion, and it's so strict. And she tells her children that they're filthy, that they're born in filthy sin, and the only thing that will cleanse them is the blood of Jesus. And it hurts me so to hear them. And now they're getting older, and they're saying it themselves. And they feel that way about themselves, that they are worthless without the blood of Christ.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
And then they look at other people and say, they're not, those people aren't good enough. We're the good ones. We're the ones that are going to be inheriting the kingdom. And and then my grandson told me that he feels compelled to sit down and proselytize to me because he feels like it's his mission, that God gave him a mission to save me. That was what he said, was to go out and spread the good news. And I reminded him that there's another part to that verse that says, and if it does not resonate, then you shake the dust off your sandals and you keep moving.
Absolutely.
And that brings me to the verse 2 that always plays in my head, which is John 3:16. For God did not send the Son into the world to condemn it, but to live through Him. And it's like, y'all, I always want to say John 3:16, but they never say about John 3:17.
Right. They never finish. They don't start in the beginning and they don't finish the verse.
Yeah.
That's what I tell my grandson is if you were to look out of your eyes and see God in every single person that you look at, you could never be mean to another person in your life. Because if you're being mean to someone, you're being mean to God. You're being mean to yourself. But he's not there yet. He will be. I've been told that they all will have their epiphany. I've been assured.
Good.
So I feel better and less anxious about it all. But it does worry you. I mean, and I know how they feel. See? I mean, it was a way for me to understand how they feel. They feel the same way about me. They're scared to death that their honey is not going to be in heaven with them. And I have a sister who has completely gone no contact with me because she said there's no reason for her to waste her love on me in this life because we won't be together in the next.
And that's what I've always said, that it doesn't matter what spirituality we follow, but we all just need to love each other. It doesn't matter what religion, it doesn't matter what we look like. All that matters is that we're in that spiritual Christ consciousness with love and admiration for each human.
That's right.
On this planet.
And even the worst of people are a part of us.
Yes.
That's right.
We're in those people. Those people are in us. What we see in those people are what we see in ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And you got to have the balance, like we talked the other night. You got to have the light and the dark. You can't see, you're like a vessel and you see the cracks, and that's how the light gets out, is through the dark, through the cracks in the dark.
I grew up with no family, and all I've ever wanted was a family. But you know what? I got the family that
you needed.
Hold on, let me rephrase that. I always wanted a physical family to be there for me, but then I realized it wasn't the physical family at all. It was the spiritual family.
Yeah.
I always wanted, and I got that spiritual family.
Those physical families, Grim, are not all they're cracked up to be, honey.
That's right. Isn't that the truth?
I got out the hard way too. And I noticed that, if it wasn't for each and every one of you, I wouldn't be changed. As it goes on the other side of the coin, we all change each other, and we're all here for each other. When each one of us stumble, we're there to follow, even to get up, even though, that we're not there physically, we're always there spiritually for you. So you're never alone. I've heard a bunch of people say,
I know when I have a shitty day, I go to Yaya's page.
Oh.
I do.
Thank you.
And I read every single post that Paul makes. I love all your posts. I love them. I read them, and sometimes I read them more than once. And I go look at you, Heather, and I go look at Hopi, and I go look at all the people that inspire me, and that just changes my day.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
We are.
I hope that I can do that for other
You
people.
do.
And I know I did it in my career. I know that I was there for the people that I was meant to be there for in my career. I know that God sent me to the people that needed me the most.
Mm-hmm.
And I needed them too. You know, there was a period of 8 months where I met 5 people that was so crucial to my spiritual path that it was just boom, boom, boom. And it was like my head was spinning the way that he kept bringing. The universe just brought these people to me, one right after the other, bringing it in exactly what I needed when I needed it over an 8-month period that just kind of did it for me, you know.
Wow.
So I know we're here to love and be there and support one another, and we're all doing it. And again, talking about April, I know I went into a few lives defending her like a fierce mama bear, you know, saying, listen here, we're all here for the same thing.
Yeah. That's kind of where, you know, that's, you know, I go into all kinds of lives, and I never really enjoyed the I don't like I don't like singling out groups,
Right.
because I like to be the change I want to see. And when on the last 2 yayas I had, it was almost an epiphany of watching so many different ones come from all over TikTok.
Right.
And I was like, that's what the goal was, that everyone can come together.
And you are a very centralizing person. You bring us all from all the different all the different corners. You bring us all together. But there are people, and I try to remember that I love every single person in Christ consciousness, because I am another them, and they are another me. I know that. I don't like them. I don't like what they represent, and it annoys me that they go in and stir up trouble. And I try to stay away from that as best I can without saying bad things about that particular person, because I'm not sure what their agenda is or what their purpose is. It could be that we're meant to learn something from that as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. I'm holding space for the individual.
Yeah,
because he, I think we all know who I might be speaking of.
Yes.
I get very surprised when I see him see him on my page.
Yes.
And he follows me quite a lot. And
well, it's prestigious to follow you, dear.
What's that mean?
It means that it's a feather in his cap that he follows you.
Oh, well, I don't want it for that reason. I was hoping
you don't. I know you don't. We know you don't. But we know why that happens.
Okay.
Because, I mean, who's going to talk crap about Yaya? I mean, that would be a career ender.
Probably. Well, I'm really hoping that maybe there's a heart expansion there for him somewhere.
Yes,
You know.
and I think and I pray for that. I do.
Yeah.
I ask for that every day, even though
Yeah.
I sometimes I do it grudgingly,
Yeah.
which I laugh and say I'm never going to ascend.
Well,
I'm too
no,
rotten.
that can happen no matter what. I did, I did ask Spirit because when I did notice them, I asked, should I block and erase? And I was told no.
Yeah,
And I went, okay,
yeah.
I I surrender. You
Yes,
evidently they have a Spirit knows what the agenda is, and
we have to
I'm not.
stay neutral. Yeah, we have to stay neutral.
Yeah.
And you have a huge influence, and so when we follow you as an influence, then that changes things for all of us.
Well, I hold very respectful, humble. I'm very humble about it. I'm very.
That's why we love you, is you're so humble. That's what it is, and that's what I love about April. Is she is very humble in many ways. She's beginning to pick up a little language
Yeah.
about the chosen ones and that kind of stuff that, we talked about that the other night. That irritates me. I think we're all chosen.
Yeah.
Every single one of us is
Yeah.
chosen. We're all chosen ones. Every one of
Absolutely.
us. And there's not one chosen over another. No one.
Absolutely. Like,
And,
but I think the ones that are spiritually mature that know that, we just kind of sit back and allow.
yeah,
We allow them to.
let them have.
When we hear it, we're like, okay, good.
Yeah.
There's another notch in the ruler, another notch. Growth is happening,
Yeah.
and that's kind of why I go around, or I take a little break here and there, because when it's affecting my inner heartbeat, when it's affecting me, I have to step back a little bit,
Yeah.
and then I'll go back in and stuff. And I that's why I go back, because I see what's the word? I see sincerity.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes. Yes. That's what I see. I see the sincerity. I see what she's attempting. I see what her message is meant to be. You know what breaks my heart is the people who look to her and others to save them.
yeah,
That they don't see that in themselves. That they
yeah,
can't see that they saved themselves.
yeah,
They don't need April. They don't need Commander. They don't need other people
yeah,
to be saved. They don't need the space people to come save us. They don't need the angels to come save us. In fact, the angels, the space people, the fairy, the fae, the Bigfoot, they're all coming together. They're
yeah.
all working together to do this for us. And it was prophesied a long time ago. Dolores Cannon talked about it. A lot of the prophecies are coming true
Yeah.
that she talked about in her books. And Michael Newton said the same thing. And then even Saint Germain, if you go back and read a lot of what Saint Germain said, and then who's that guy, Yaya, that channels him from Hawaii?
Oh,
You know who I'm talking about.
you know who you're talking about.
He channels an aspect of Saint Germain.
Yeah.
And he talks about how, and then I have a book that was written through a channel for Saint Germain. And he talks about how he played a dark role.
Yeah.
He was incarnated in human form. I think he was Sir Francis Bacon, wasn't he?
I think you're right.
And he was instrumental in a lot of the crap that was put into the Bible.
Isn't that interesting how that happened?
And he knew he came to do that.
Yeah. Directly.
Yes, that was one of his incarnations that he literally came to do. And so there, I mean, people play different roles. And then I saw a channeler who channeled, she's not as well known, but she channeled Hitler.
Oh,
That absolutely blew my mind. I had to listen to it multiple times. I had to think about it, meditate about it. But he talks about how he had to truly, truly lower his vibration on purpose, lower his vibration and come into this world to do what he did in order for things to happen.
I remember something about that.
And he had to do it, you know, just as Judas had.
Oh,
Judas
yes.
there was a plan for Judas. I mean,
Yes. He had to play that part.
yes, he did, and it broke his heart.
Yes.
And he was promised he didn't have to stay after.
You know, and it's really sad too if you really truly know what Judas went through to play his role. So Yeshua could outlive his journey. You know, if people just really knew, oh my goodness,
Yes.
did what he had to do in order, he played that part. Just like we're all playing a part in, you know, our journey here on Earth.
Yes.
We're all playing a role, and at the end result, the puzzle will be finished.
Well, what
Every piece will
this
fit.
channeler talked about was that this when she was speaking to the soul that had come as Hitler, what he was talking about was that he came as an energy. He didn't come as a specific soul. He came as an energy that, like Stalin and Hitler and some of the others, you know, over the years, Constantinople, and you know, those people all came as a specific energy, not as an individual soul. But they still had to go back and go through a period of cleansing to get over it, to get past it.
Yeah.
So once they left this human, you know, form, then they kind of had to go into like decompression chamber. Like when divers go too deep and they have to come up through a decompression chamber.
Yeah.
Before they rise to the surface. It was almost like he said they are those people that came as that kind of energy had to go through a cleansing.
I can understand that.
Could reintroduce themselves back into what Cryon calls the soup of God.
Get rid of all the negativity.
Yeah, and then they had to forgive themselves, you know, even though they did what they knew they were supposed to be doing. They still had to forgive themselves for the things they did while they were here.
Have you guys heard the story about, I haven't spoken this to anybody. I may lose you on this one. Have you heard the story about Lucifer?
Yes.
About how he brought the sun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that he honestly, he's not a bad angel. He's not a fallen angel at all. It's just that he fell so much in love with humanity.
Yeah, he did.
That he couldn't go back to just being an angel, because the angels talked about how they had to retain a certain amount of cleanliness.
Yeah.
And he wasn't willing to to go back up through that spiritual cleansing and not come back here again. Because he loved humans so much, he forewent that cleansing. Is that what you're talking about?
And then how he went through that. It broke my heart how he went through that sacrifice of bringing the sun to our universe, and how it burned him so bad beyond recognition, and how it was translated that he was such a scary looking demonic. And then I also learning about the 72 angels of darkness and the 72 angels of light. They're actually brother and sister, the yin and the yang. They that's kind of like almost like it's an esoteric knowledge that's coming into fruition for the collective to learn. And I personally haven't spoke of it because I didn't know if it was, who am I to say it's time to speak of it? But
I had to ruminate on it quite some time.
Yeah, I did too.
Express it.
Now, I had seen a couple of things on TikTok where apparently the devil is the good one and Jesus could possibly be the bad one, and I thought that's just ludicrous.
That doesn't resonate at all, and that's a form of Satanism. Where they did the same thing to him that they did to Jesus. They turned him into their own vision of what they wanted.
That's exactly right. Actually, Lucifer has not done any type of any kind of favor for anybody for over 1,500 years.
Right.
And what they were saying was the angels of the dark aren't bad, but humans are bad.
Yes.
And there is the universal law, and because of every one of them has a certain role to play.
Yes.
And if they're asked and given the, what's the word?
If they're asked,
given the opportunity. Yeah.
Yes. Then they are. I mean, they left that out of the 369 book of manifestation.
Yeah.
Well, and it kind of makes sense of what you're saying because, if Source gave Earth to Lucifer, then, it makes total sense. Humans are the ones that are greedy with the money. They want this, they want that,
That's exactly right.
Well, the universe is neutral. It's going to give you what you're asking for.
Right.
Some form or another. And if you worship this one thing and think that you're manifesting through this one being or entity, then that's what you're going to think.
That's exactly, yeah. It's it. And then that's where we go back to that keep it simple spiritual one. Humans can absolutely they can manifest any kind of emotion, any kind of a thought into our immediate reality, and we believe it. And then when I learned that whole thing, it changed my whole. It actually took my fear away.
Yes.
of the dark, of um, it took my fear away. There was really nothing to fear. I learned that an angel of the darkness can come in and help remove things from you quicker
Mm-hmm.
than an angel of the light, because they don't need the consent. An angel of the dark will come in if there's something that is um, not malevolent, but there's something of energy that's in your home
Yeah.
that isn't it's evil. An angel of the
Yeah.
will come in and remove it for you, because that's what they do, and they'll take them off into a portal of place where they have no, well, they decide where they go. Either they go into the darkness and not return, or they try it again.
Well, you
Did
know,
I lose
Thomas,
him?
Thomas Sawyer talks about that a lot too.
Hmm.
About how there are those who aren't as compelled to follow the laws, and
Right.
they can do these things for you. It doesn't mean they're evil. It
Right.
just means that they're not necessarily following all the rules.
The
Right.
rules.
They're
Yeah.
rule breakers, like some of us, you know.
And universal rules.
But you know, the other thing is that you know I don't really believe in demons per se.
No, I don't either.
I do believe that there are some souls who have for so long refused to see
Yeah,
any light that eventually their soul shrivels,
I agree.
and that's when they become so unhappy and want others to be unhappy too.
Yeah.
You know.
Things is, I look at them kind of as a good and bad, but also there's something that a lot of people don't realize that, you know, these demons, if you want to call them, or these neutral angels, they come down there and they do these bad things because they they have that agenda at the end of the day to make humans better, because even though they want to torture and bother the hell out of humanity, they have to go through God, the creator and the source. They have to go through that. And they're not allowed to do anything without telling us and
That's
without
right.
without an okay from that universe, because they don't, the universe is not going to give you something you can't handle, and God's source is not going to give you anything you can't handle. It's there to make you stronger. Yes, it sucks that there's cancer, and yes, people pass on, but that's part of the human experience. We're all part of, you know, that greater scheme of the puzzle of the universe, and in order for us to be where we are, we have to recognize that it's not always black and white. There is a neutral there.
Well, and you have to look at quantum physics too, in that certain illnesses, diseases, like cancer or those kind of things, they are tied to your emotions.
Right.
Liver cancer, liver disease, those kind of things, they're all tied to anger and suppressed emotions.
Right.
You know, heart disease is tied to suppress love and emotion in your heart, or
Right.
you have maybe a brain issue that is tied to certain emotions that are specific to things that go on in your brain. And I noticed in nursing that it follows seasons as well. We had seasons of people who only came in with neurological diseases and accident. You know, then we had people who only came in with heart things.
And then we'd have a period of time who people who only came in with GI issues. I mean, it was very specific. You could follow a calendar, and it was almost like following the moon calendar. You know, you had seasons of different illnesses that came in at different times and lasted for a specific period, and then it was time to move into, working in the ER, working in the critical care. You could count on, you were going to have 2 months of GI issues. You were going to have 2 or 3 months of brain injury or brain cancer or brain crazy or, whatever. Or you were going to have
Maybe.
3 months of heart, only heart. Every person you got had a heart. And then you had a season of accidents, car accidents, freak accidents, all sorts of weird things. But it followed a pattern. It was a very bizarre.
Always follow the pattern.
Hey, there you go, Grim. Always follow the pattern. There you get your keys.
I had a nurse taught me that when I was like a brand new baby nurse, and I was like in my 20s. And I watched it all those years. And then I learned about Dr. Larry Dawsey. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
I read about him in the very early 80s. And he was a doctor, a physician, and a divinity doctor. And he decided he and his wife were going to travel the world and discover all these people who were faking miracles, because they were so angry that people were being taken advantage of, that they were spending all their money going to the healing baths or going to, certain spiritual people. And then that's where he learned about spirit guides, where he learned about the healers from the spirit world. And he saw literal miracles. Literal.
That's awesome.
They could do bloodless surgery, remove tumors and repair hearts and repair brain bleeds. And, because they had their team of spiritual guides telling them, do this, do that. Same as Edgar Cayce. That's how he healed. Was he had guides who, he didn't know anything about medicine, but they did, and they would tell him what he needed to do, and then he would come back and tell the people, well, go take this herb, or go do this thing, or go to this group of physicians, and they can take care of it,
I love that.
But he learned, he wrote many books, and he was one of the first that I learned about the value of your variety of your spirit guides. And how they all have their own talents that they come in and share with us.
Wow. I want to get that. I would like to read that.
He wrote several books. I can't. It was back in the 80s, so I don't remember exactly what they were all called. But
what was his name again?
Dr. Larry Dawsey, Dossey. He's the one who taught me to meditate.
Oh, really?
He taught me to put the bright light around, to surround yourself with the bright light, to keep whatever out, because there's always the opportunist that's going to want to get in. And you want to be sure of what you're listening to, the purity of what you're hearing. And then he taught me how to be still and how to listen. That was way back when nobody did it, and I was just a weirdo. But it also sent me down the path to learning herbal medications, aromatherapy, more hands, we used to call it hand healing, where you could place the hands on someone and take away the symptoms, take away the pain.
Yeah.
And I started doing hand healing like in 1981 or 2 ish.
Wow.
Had no idea what it was. I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, wow.
But, it was just, you just you follow the inner voice that's telling
Right.
you need to put your hands. Medical information came in handy because I knew where the organs were and I knew what they looked like on the inside. And so that's how I've done my healing, is that I know what those organs and all those blood vessels and all those things actually look like. So I can go in and untangle, crossed up blood vessels or dark energy in a liver or a pancreas, or like, when you have diabetes really bad, you have a gel that sits on top of your pancreas that prevents your pancreas from working properly and taking care of the insulin and processing of the sugar. And so, and you can go in and remove the mucus from the lungs. If you can visualize the bronchioles and the structure of the heart, for blood clots, and I can move a kidney stone down. I can break up a gallstone because I can visualize it in my head, and I can put my hands there and heat up my hands and send that energy there. And I always thought long ago that it was God. God sent me through my hands. But I understand now that it was my own open channel to that healing that was already there.
Yeah.
It
That's
didn't
beautiful.
have a name back then.
All right, we're going to go on for another 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Not 28?
29.
You're very specific, Grim.
Yeah.
But it's been so cool talking about these things that nobody else knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, where's that siren? Can you hear that?
Yeah. When I try to talk about some of these esoteric things to people, they get a glaze over their eyes.
I love hearing it.
And so
You talking about that, and it when sometimes when you get a message or something, and I can remember when Spirit would tell me the imagination is so important, and you just speaking about that because of your ability to picture all the internal organs, and then knowing you have the ability to heal already. What I'm like, that is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yes.
Because it brought a clarification, not a clarification, a confirmation on
yes.
on how the imagination on this spiritual journey, when it can make so much, it gives us such a, how do you say it, it allows a marriage with our higher self.
Yeah.
Even more special, even more poetic.
Well, it doesn't sound so way up in the clouds. So
Absolutely.
there is a physical connection to our spiritual work that we do.
Yep.
And whether we know it or not, there are people who are not medical who do the same thing I do. they do it in their way.
Yeah, well,
Right.
we all have the ability to heal ourselves.
Absolutely.
And if people knew that, we would really be able to, I mean, just imagine the way that this world would be.
You see my hand right here? This finger? The doctor told me because this nail, for years, it would not grow.
Yeah.
It would not grow ever. As soon as I came back here from my jaunt over to the United States, I came back here and I said, I want my nail to grow. He said it would never grow because the roots in this fingernail are gone. It's never going to be the same again. And what are you looking at right here?
Mm-hmm.
The beautiful nail.
There. And
We can see it. We know it. We can feel it. We
Yeah.
and so that's our manifestation. We're master creators who can do what we set our hearts and minds to do. And
Yeah.
it takes your heart, but it also takes your brain too. Your brain has to kick in and get involved, but you have to override the ego because the ego wants to keep you safe. It wants to keep you only in the realm of the things it already knows because that's how it knows how to keep you safe.
Right.
And it doesn't want you flying off into these other ethereal ways of thinking because it doesn't know that. It doesn't understand that. And it will keep you back and hold you back and use fear to do that. So you have to override it, and as Robin says, do it in fear.
Yeah. Yeah. I miss Robert here on TikTok.
Well, he had the most beautiful live last night, Yaya.
Did he?
It was
On TikTok?
Yes, it was the most beautiful live I think I've had in months. I cried.
On TikTok.
I cried for an hour after I got off. I went from him to April, and I was listening to April, but I ended up going to sleep because I was just exhausted from Robin's live.
Robert was on TikTok?
Robin.
Robin.
Yeah.
Robin. Okay.
Yeah.
That said Robert. And I'm like, well, Robert got back on TikTok?
No, I was talking about Robin. He had the most beautiful live last night.
Oh, I missed it.
I sent you a thing and I figured you must be busy. But
I accidentally sat down for like 10 minutes and woke up.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I was in a live. I was in a live already. I remember now.
Well, and I went into April's live and I ended up falling asleep for a good part of that because I was exhausted from everything, the emotions from Robin's live. Robin is, I don't know what to even say about Robin.
that is a beautiful guy. I love his messages.
He's beautiful.
And he brought me back from the brink. He truly did. And I have, I will always be forever grateful.
I haven't had a reading done by him in a while.
He's being weird again, Yaya, saying he's not going to do readings, but he'll go back to it.
He's so cute.
When I start missing him too bad, I call him on the phone.
Do you?
I just tell him I can't go this long. So you're going to have to talk to me.
Is he still with his friend?
Yes, he and Richie are doing very well. They moved to Colorado.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
About an hour outside of Boulder, I believe.
Okay.
But he keeps talking about how they're going to leave the country.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought, weren't they going to Belize or
somewhere like that?
Yeah.
He's still looking. They're looking at Bali. They're looking at Belize. They're looking at Spain. They're looking at I mean, I think somebody brought up Costa Rica last night, but the thing is Robin is going to be where Robin needs to be
Yeah,
because that's
100%.
what to do. And you know, he came in at a time when a lot of people needed him.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, he took it on. He took it on 150%, and
It nearly made him crazy because, you know.
yeah,
And if you go
yeah,
back and listen to the podcast from the very first one to the very end one, you see how much progress we all made in that 2.5 years.
yeah.
I just see how much progress we made.
I
And
did. I,
I still talk.
he's
I talk to Osceola. I will ask Osceola for help, and he
yeah,
will. And I mean, he has come to my rescue several times.
yeah,
And you know, I know that I could do that myself, but it's easier to ask Osceola.
yeah. Absolutely.
Again, I'm lazy in a way.
No. And it's always nice to have confirmation once in a while from somebody else.
Yeah.
You know,
And healers don't heal themselves very well.
no, they don't, do they?
We have confidence that we can do it for others, yet we don't have that confidence that we can do it for ourselves.
Deborah asked a question, where can we go and listen to the
I
podcast?
was just getting ready to say something.
Where, Brim, are you asking about his podcast?
Deborah in the chat, if you look down at the chat, is asking where she can go listen to the podcast.
Well,
Oh,
it's Asiel, the Oracle. It's Asiel, Asiel, the Oracle. And if you go to his profile, it'll take you to a page, and there's a thing called Readings for the Collective. And there's like 250 odd ones now.
yeah,
This has been 2.5 years of podcast. And so if you start at the beginning, and he talks real fast, so it sounds funny because he sped it up so that it didn't take so long to get through each one.
yeah,
But you can listen to the entire, I mean, just one right after the other. Or you can stop and go back later, or you can kind of go in different spaces, you know, just kind of let guide yourself to where you need to be within the podcast. But I personally go back and listen to day number 1 and work my way all the way up, and I listen to them a lot because I want reminders of where we were back.
yeah.
And I remember, you remember Yaya, he didn't know who Asiel was. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what was going on. He
That's
was
right.
confused, and he was so angry. He was so depressed.
Yeah.
And
He scared me a couple times.
yes, he did me too. And then we started having the weekly Zooms, which were the highlight of my life. You know, I had a Zoom every week on Thursday where everybody got together and we all got to look at one another while we were talking.
Mm.
There were usually about 10 or 12 people in them, and we did that for several months last summer.
I was too shy.
I loved it. I didn't care. I'd just be dragging myself out of the pool about the time it came on, and I didn't care. But his readings are so phenomenal. And when he comes into your energy, it feels like a bubble bath inside your body.
Aww.
He's so fuzzy and warm and lovey. It's
Absolutely.
and you can feel him when he's in there. And
I love it when I come in the room and when he sees me and his reaction. It
yes,
just absolutely lifts my heart.
yes, he loves all of us that way.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I would like to believe I was the most special, but I know that he treats us all the exact same way. He loves each and every one of us. And
Yeah.
when someone negative comes in, I so admire how he treats. You know, he's so loving to that person.
Yes.
And to me, I would just block him, but he doesn't do that. He
No.
and tells them, "We love you so much. We love you so much," he says. And
With a little
sometimes
bit of spiciness in his voice.
snark. But
Mhm.
yeah, he's taught me so much, and I've found so many other mentors on here, and also on YouTube. Suzanne Geisman,
Yeah.
she started. She's always channeled, but the last 2 years, 3 years, she started channeling an aspect of Yeshua, and
Mm.
there's one of the first ones that she did with him, that he explains everything so well that I just listen to it at least once a week, at least, because of the way he explains how we're all supposed to be, and what our future is, what they're trying to do from their side. And I think he told her to call him Sanada, because he has a space name that's Sinida or something like that.
So Sananda.
Sananda. But he told her, he said he comes to her um, in the vision of a Jesus, because that's what she would most recognize him as. But
Yeah.
I would recommend that she call him Sanada. It's not the
Oh.
same. It's a different name. It's not the same as what his space name is.
Hmm.
Anyway, his words when he speaks through her, it's like amplified, like she's in a amphitheater,
Wow.
and you can tell the change in her, and you can see the change in her, and hear the change in her voice, and the messages that she does a lot of live events where people are there. She does a lot of classes and live events, and so she's been doing this now with Jesus for the last 3 years or so, and it's just amazing and will make you cry. It's just
Hmm.
it gives you a whole different. And then the way that he explained it is that there are so many different shards and aspects of him that he can come through to different people in different ways based on their understanding of him.
I can understand that.
And so that, because he doesn't want to alienate, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you should look her up, Suzanne Geisman,
I will.
on YouTube, and just listen to some of her podcasts that she channels Jesus.
I like doing that too, honey. I like going back through some of my favorites, and that's sometimes my form of meditation, and it ends up making your core your core being strong. It puts your spirituality in a perspective of it can't be faltered, it can't be messed with. And I like staying in we're not supposed to stay in a high vibrational all the time, but I can't help it most of the time.
Yeah, I kind of float.
Yeah.
The other person I really like, the Next Level Souls podcast. That's how I got introduced to a lot of these people. Was he had them on his show, and the other person that comes on is Belinda, somebody,
Hmm.
and she channels the 12 ascended master angels. And the way they explain it is that they're all angels. They're all angels. They just all have different jobs. There's no one higher angel than another angel.
Yeah.
They just all have different jobs, and that Archangel Michael can be this to this one or this to that one. You know what
I
I mean?
love that you pronounced his name that way. I love it.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
he's been with me all my life, and
thank you.
I've listened to him. He comes in on my left side, and I know it's him
Brilliant.
because of the way he talks, because of the way he puts his words together. It's almost like a syntax, the way he talks. Old fashioned, kind of.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I've come to realize is that really, all the angels are all the angels. They're all the angels.
Yeah.
And then there's the energy of the angel. So each of those and we like to give people names, and we like to give them stations, and we like to elevate them in certain ways, but that doesn't mean that's how they are.
I agree.
And so when I get what I call Michael, it's really probably a collective of a multiple group of angels speaking to me, telling me things. But anyway, she talks to what she calls the ascended, the archangels, the 12. She has the 12. And then I like the guy that does disease. You know who I'm talking about? The guy from Australia
I do.
that does.
Yes, I do.
He channels disease. He's there's a lot of collectives all coming in trying to.
Yeah.
They're all trying to tell us the same thing.
Yeah.
There's
A variety of different ways.
I was wondering how you spell that name.
what
Which
name?
one?
Robin's Oracle page name.
It's Asiel, Asiel, the Oracle. It's a big white circle with what's in the middle of it, Yaya? It's got a
Isn't it a dove? Like
something like
with like kind of a is it like a olive branch hanging out of his mouth?
like a peace dove kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Robin is he's a very special person. He truly is, and again, I was brought to him. I actually caught him at the very beginning of his very first live.
I don't know if it's not his first. I think maybe
I was brought there. I was literally told, go do this. Find this. Find him. And that was back when he had long hair, and everybody kept calling him Jesus. And
that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
because I was asking, I need to change my attitude. I don't want to feel this way about God. I don't want to feel this way about Jesus. What can I do? And I was told, get on and go do this right now. So I did. And it was when I first started listening to him, I thought, really? This is what I was supposed to do?
Plus, he's adorable.
He is adorable. He's
He's adorable.
But he doesn't know it. That's what makes
No,
me upset.
that's what makes him beautiful.
I know he upsets me that he doesn't understand how beautiful he is. He doesn't. He doesn't understand his power. I don't think. He doesn't realize. But Richie's been very good for him.
Yes, he has. Absolutely. In that, even that little short period of time, he has even just to see the twinkle in his eye is beautiful.
Well, and he's been different since he's been going up to the Anunnaki ships too.
Yes, he has.
Learned a lot. And, he's coming into what he was meant to be here for. But again, I feel like, why does it take so dang long?
I know.
Why, I'm so old now. Why didn't I learn this?
Damn it, I want to get to where we're, like April said, we're going to be in our 30s. And okay, it's a hot minute for Pete's sakes. I'm ready.
Well, my higher self just told me this summer that it was up to me. I could do it from the other side, or I could do it here. But if I want to do it here, I got to get better at taking care of my body.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, you're right, honey.
So,
Confirmation.
yeah. And they told me it's my choice.
Yeah.
That I could do the work from over there, or I could do the work here. But I'm going to have to make changes to the way I live here if I want to stay here. So, yeah. That means I got to look better. I got to do more exercise. I got to live in joy. Quit smoking. All the things.
You are.
Do it.
Be the beautiful presence you are. And that age won't even be a problem, because when you go up and you ascend, you get to pick your age.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wasn't all that cute when I was 30 either.
Actually,
You're
you
probably
get the body.
adorable, honey.
You get the body that fits you, that you want. You when you go up there. This is one of the things that they were speaking about when I said, "Don't we get a new body?" They go, "Yeah." And I go, "Well, how does that work?" They go, "Well, when you go up there, your body and how you look will match how you are on Earth. That energy will just transmute and make your body. So if you feel that you're 40, you're gonna be 40. If you have that energy when you feel like you're 17 and you're jumping all around, then you're gonna be that 17-year-old jumping around. Whatever that energy level is that you feel that you are is what you're gonna be.
Well, I better start doing better.
Yeah, how is it going to be, Yaya? What did you decide? I don't know.
I think I'll be okay.
I kind of liked 40.
I was gonna say 40, 45.
Yeah, I kind of liked it then.
Yeah. 30s was still still discovering ourselves. I have to agree. I like the 40, 45 age.
Yeah.
I don't mind being 62 either,
Well,
but
no, I don't either. I mean, I'm older than you, but I'll be 68 in a couple of weeks, and I don't really mind it. I just think my legs and knees didn't creak. And,
I was going to say we feel it. We feel gravity a little bit different at this age.
and hiking ain't nearly as much fun as it used to be.
No, no.
I always want to be in my 30s.
Did
Yeah.
30s, Grim?
Yeah, I had more fun in my 30s.
What did you like, Heather? Are you listening?
I think
I liked my teens.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, I liked it when I was like 16, 17. Yeah.
I didn't like myself very much then. What about you, Diane? How old do you want to be?
I liked my 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just sitting here thinking, I'm 72. So that'll be real nice.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so your 29 minutes are up, babe.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this was a very enjoyable time.
I did enjoy it a lot. I'm glad you came in. I'm glad I caught you.
I enjoyed listening to y'all.
We missed Toby. She ran off again.
She had a phone. She had a phone call. Must have been a good phone call.
Probably
Yeah.
kids. Oh, we were.
She had a phone call. She sent me a message. Said it was big for all of us to be here. Yeah, it's all about you guys. Even though it's my birthday, it was everybody's birthday too.
Yeah.
You know,
Again, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, baby.
everybody says that I don't look 51. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that.
No, you don't look 51.
Yeah, I see that.
You know, when I was younger, everybody says, "Oh, you look like you're like you." I'm like, all right, whatever, man. Younger. And I probably look younger because I got my hair back. I'm not that bald-headed person, you know, with that short beard.
Well, I don't know about the length of that beard there, dude. You might need to turn that up a little bit.
Maybe.
You know, there ain't nothing better looking on a man is a nice, well-groomed beard.
I know, I love my husband.
Very true.
I have yet to figure that out. That's one thing I've never figured out, how to do the beard thing, because I never really did the beard thing until January for some reason. I don't know why, but I've always had it, you know, like a goatee, but for some reason when January came around, it's like, I do try to lose hairs here and there, but I'm not sure how to do the rest of it.
Well, my husband drew his for the centennial. That was a big year when everybody was growing a beard. And my daughter was 2. And so my other daughters never knew him without a beard. And when he shaved it off, they all cried.
Oh. Oh.
He had to grow it back.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's had it ever since. And now it's all white.
Oh, my.
He doesn't really have any gray hair on his head, but his beard is white. Which is weird. And of course, I color my hair, so I don't know. I don't have a clue, and I'm not finding that.
Well, it's been beautiful having you all here, and we share this day of rebirth with all of you.
We rebirth every day, Brim. Every day we get up. We get up every day
Please
before.
read that 6-page thing again.
Mhm.
That 6-page message that I got from them gives you value.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yep.
That sounds like a plan to me.
All of you. You've all been wonderful.
Oh, it's been a thank you, Brim, for having me up.
No problem. I have my lives on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Mm.
Alrighty, I'll sneak in again.
Kind of look around outside too, Yaya. I don't always go inside the lives. I just listen. I find
I know I had some creepers on the outside of my live.
you do.
I don't know how to creep. I don't know how to creep. I just end up in a room. Oh, I ended up in a room once because I fell asleep, and I, you know, whenever you fall asleep, how it'll bump into the other one.
Yes,
Well, well, just
I've done
I,
it.
I woke up in a room where evidently this gal did not like me, and was yelling at me for being in the live and not saying anything. And when I woke up, I was like, oh shit, what do I do? I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to. So I kind of just shut my phone off because I was like, I didn't know what to do or how to get out of it. So I turned my phone off.
Right? I had that happen.
I was
The
never.
TikTok police are gonna get you.
I was like, where the hell am I? What?
If I shut it off, they won't come.
Yeah. It was after it happened. I kind of giggled at myself, going, "Honey, you're not a, you didn't sneak in the room. You're not a teenager anymore. You should have spoke up."
That is so
But no, she really didn't like me. I don't think she really would have cared
Well, shame on
listening. Huh?
you. Goodness. I've done that before too, fallen asleep and then woken up in a weird life, and I was dreaming. I was having
Oh,
dreams, and then I wake up and I'm in this weird live, and I realized why I was having those weird. Got to be careful. So I learned.
yeah. Wouldn't that be an interesting book? My sleeping, what would you call that? My accidental sleep mode on TikTok. My sleeping experience nightmare.
You know, there are people who have lives where they just lay in the bed and sleep, and people walk.
I don't understand that.
I don't either. What's up with that?
I don't get it.
Isn't there a thing if you don't react to this, if you don't respond or talk or something, a piece of puzzle comes up?
Yeah, yeah,
I don't understand how they're doing that.
Yeah.
yeah. How to get it? You know what though? When I had my live this Monday, I didn't see the puzzle piece. I was waiting for it. So I wonder if they changed it again.
Who knows? They're always changing something. They're messing something up.
I saw somebody the other day, and they were obviously on a substance. They were smoking away on camera, and then nodding off half the time, and nobody shut her down.
Some can't even burp and get away with it. Others can. I don't. Well,
Well, Robin got a deal because on one of his tarot cards you could see the lady's booby.
oh,
And so you got a warning because
Scary.
the card had, a naked woman on it.
I've seen people dancing on there with less on.
Well, it was great having you all here. We're gonna meet up Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Alrighty.
I have no idea what the topic's gonna be because I just started topics again.
We just started yakking again. Sorry.
Over. So there.
Love and light to you all.
Love and light to y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
We'll just
Thank
fall
you
back in laughing joy.
very much.
No.
Go have a piece of birthday cake.
Yeah.
Night,
Make a
night.
wish.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.